To all the fathers here today, welcome back. We do have a pretty good agenda item. We got some work session and then a couple executive session items, so we'll get started. The first item, obviously, to review the agenda. So we do not have a presentation tonight. We did all those for the year at the last meeting, so that was good. On the consent item F1, consider approval of minutes for the Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 regular city council meeting. F2, consider resolution approving an agreement for engineering services with Baird, Hampton, and Brown of Grapevine, Texas, and that is for the purpose of providing phase 3 of the master drainage plan for the Public Works Department. Any questions on F1 or F2? If not, F3 is to consider resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an interlocal agreement between the cities of Keller, Southlake, Grapevine, and Colleyville, and that is for the participation in the Metroport Team Court program that's effective October 1st, 2021.
I actually have a question about F2, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask how long phase 3 is expected to last. So I was looking forward to the results. Would that be?
Is that mine?
There you are. Okay.
We expect that to take, I think it was 9 months to complete. So we should be done by the end of, soon after the first year.
And then I assume that's it, or is there any assessment after that?
So the outcome of the study is to identify the condition and shortcomings of our system across the city. So until we get done with phase 3, the simple summary, phase 1 was an inventory, what do we have? Phase 2, model development, phase 3, analysis and recommendation. And so that we'll know more at the end of it, what kind of improvements are being identified or what we need to be aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, then there is no old business. H1, that is a public hearing, and that's going to be considered an ordinance approving a specific use permit for Freedom Freeze, a seasonal snow cone stand on approximately 0.36 acre tract of land that is located at 804 Keller Parkway. Any questions for staff for them to kind of dig in before we discuss it at the dais?
I have one question. On the very last slide, because this is, if I understand it right, is a freestanding trailer. When we say that the use is harmonious and compatible with surrounding existing uses and purposes, what is our criteria for making that statement?
So when you, I'm hesitating on the pronoun. That's what council, of course, is considering. So staff is not making that statement. Staff would recommend that council consider anything that is an adjacency concern. Noise, parking, if snow cones don't smell, but other things that you cook might. Those are the kinds of things I would recommend considering when you're looking at adjacency type uses. I think that's what that's trying to get to, Councilman Freeman.
Well, this used to be a statement that this was staff considers this, and I see you're changing wording here. So this is just what we're to talk about?
Yes, that's what the UDC requires both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council to consider when they're looking at an SUP. Staff recommendations have not been in our staff memo since I've been here. I think I don't recall putting a staff position in a staff memo.
And then was that discussed during the P&Z when they unanimously recommended it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so they felt
they had
that
to
was
consider those exact same 5 criteria.
Well, and that's my question, because I was out of state, so I didn't get to attend that. And my question is, did they feel that that was a harmonious?
They did, especially given the hours. They overlap somewhat with the medical hours, but not a huge amount. The applicant will also be here tonight, and she can explain how she anticipates that working in terms of the actual operation of it, if you have any questions about that.
Okay.
They do use, as I recall, they do use students from the church that they attend that man that often for them in the summer.
Well, and I understand that. I don't know that that's really relevant to it being harmonious and compatible with the surrounding and existing uses.
No, just a comment about the operation.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
And just for council's information, and I think relevant to Councilman Green's question, so I had a similar type question I had staffed, and as I understand it, this might be the only operating or snow coal stand or vendor that's operating at a mobile trailer in 1709. We of course have the one Tiki Hut, but that's not a mobile trailer. They disassemble that one in the off season.
That's
Correct, Julie?
That is correct.
Okay.
Those are the only two we're aware of on Keller Parkway. Of course, we have other mobile snow cone businesses in other parts of town.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions on that one? Okay. Then the second item is also a public hearing. That is to consider an ordinance approving 3 specific use permits for 2,948 square foot detached accessory structure that is located at 1909 Willis Lane. Any questions on this one? Okay.
Yeah, I do. Sorry. On the staff presentation for this item, we need to look at the math on, I don't know what page number, the 10 or 14.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it. I'm
Oh,
assuming that,
Okay.
I'm assuming that you're referring to.
Well, it states that the SUP for the size of the accessory structure to exceed 50% of the existing home. The existing home is 2,639 square feet, so 50% would be 1319.5. At 2,948 square feet, the proposed structure is 12% larger than the existing home, which is true enough, but it says 62% larger than allowed by right. It seems to me it's about 123% larger as allowed by right. So can we check that math?
So and you can correct my math, and please do. But the 50% is what would be allowed by right, and there's 62 if you would above, and that's how we came up with that. So because we're not starting at 0.
Okay, I need to understand how at 2948, how we get 62% larger than allowed when the allowed is 1319.
Let's go with your math.
I think Councilman Green, I think the calculation was based on the difference between the existing square home footage and the proposed structure. So the difference between those two is like 1,600 square feet. If you divide 1,600 by 2639, it comes out to 62%. So that's about as good as I get for.
That's not what we're saying here. We're saying 60%, 62% larger than allowed by right. What's allowed by right is 1319.
Yeah, sorry, so I misspoke. So the existing would be allowed by right. The difference between 2948 and 1319 is about 1,600 square feet. So if you divide 1,600 divided by 2639, that's where you get 62%.
Okay, well that's misleading. It's not 62% larger than allowed by right.
Okay.
62% of what's allowed by right would be about 800 feet. So if you add 800 to 1319, you're at 21.
So it's not the calculation that's the problem, it's the language that's the problem. It's 62%.
Well, no, when you say that the proposed structure is 12% larger than the existing home.
I think we know what we're trying to say, so
Okay.
what language?
Well, no, I don't think it expresses it properly when this is over 2.
Understood. How would you like us to do it, and we can correct that at the
Well,
next?
To me, I think that saying it's 62% is misleading. It's not 62% larger than what is allowed by right. What is allowed by right is 1319. This is 2,900 plus.
We'll just have
So that's 123% of what's allowed by right.
We will use those, so that's what we'll say. What's allowed by right is 13.
I just don't want anybody to be misled because it makes it sound like it's not that much larger.
Well, let's do this because really so it's good dialogue. We can have that at the dais because I think that is a good point to bring up.
If you stand by your math, then there's nothing that needs to be corrected. So I'll ask that question out there.
Yeah, and I guess just for staff, because really the purpose for going through these is if there's questions that we want staff to go back and kind of do the type of research. So I guess staff, if you want to just make sure that the math is correct, so when we do present it on the dais that
I'm gonna take the math out of it, and I'm gonna
Okay.
say that by right,
Okay.
that they could build an accessory structure that's
Okay.
1,314.5 feet.
Okay.
And what they are proposing is one that is 2,948
Sure.
square feet. And then that way there won't be anything misleading, and I think everybody can do
Sure, it's
that.
presented in one, okay. Any other questions for staff to go back and do some homework on this one? Okay. H3 is also public hearing, and that is to consider an ordinance approving an SUP for Aloha Nails and Spa that is located at 8825 Davis Boulevard. Any questions for staff to go and research? Okay. If not, then H4 is also a public hearing, and that is to consider an ordinance approving an amendment to the City of Keller UDC adopted by ordinance number 1746 that was dated July 7th, 2015. And that is by amending Article 3, definitions, and Article 8, zoning districts, development standards, tree preservation related to kennels, vet clinics, and grooming facilities. Any questions on H4? Okay. Alrighty, we do have several items on the executive session, so let me go ahead and read that disclaimer, and then we'll do the work session after the executive. The pre-council meeting is now recessed so that the council, in compliance with provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, as authorized therein, shall go into executive session to consider matters allowed therein as stated on the agenda. C1 is going to be section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, and that is the deliberation regarding real property. It's a closed meeting. A governmental body may conduct a closed meeting to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. If deliberation is in an open meeting, would have a detrimental effect, and that's all in relation to property located at 142 East Vine Street. And then we'll discuss C2, which is personnel matters, and that's to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer. In this case, it's going to be the evaluation of city manager, the annual evaluation. So with that, we'll adjourn into into the executive session.
Yeah, let's, because then that way they don't have to sit through a whole meeting.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back for the, we're gonna have to come back for the CIP.
Okay. All right. Is Mr. Tashman here?
Yes, he
I've
is.
just seen
Okay.
him, he is here.
Item C1, we have not delivered. C2, we'll do that possibly after a regular scheduled meeting, but we'll move on to item D2. We're going to switch the order up on the work session to allow Mr. Tashman to do his presentation, and then that way he doesn't stay here for the entire night. So, Mr. Tashman, if you'd like to help us with at least starting that conversation. So D2 is discussion on Marshall Point, Marshall Ridge drainage.
From up table or just from here?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to come up to the table. And then I understand you've got a presentation. Is it a...
She's getting that up right now.
Okay.
That's what I'm working on, but I can't figure out why the screen is not.
Clicker, there's your clicker.
Ah, okay, I get to control which, so just this button to move forward? All right.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, council, mayor,
Good evening.
staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. This conversation has really been in the making for about 7 years, so we are grateful to have the opportunity to discuss the issues and the challenges of the Marshall Point channel. Just by way of introduction, with me tonight is Steve O'Fallon. He is on our on the HOA board as well. He has a little bit more knowledge on some of the technical aspects of the channel, where I'm a little bit more broad stroke. I think when you talk about our channel, the first question is the primary question that we keep asking ourselves: is providing the drainage for over 900 acres of North Keller, for the benefit of the public. And if we define public benefit, for the benefit of the public that accrues for the public at large, not a person, not a small group, not a private enterprise. So if the answer to that question is yes, in reality, the answer to move forward in terms of how we support the channel should be fairly simple. It shouldn't rely on a single 84-unit HOA to solve the problem by itself. If we determine tonight that the channel is providing public benefit, I believe the city lawfully can spend money, public money, on private property. The HOA has spent nearly $14,000 over the last 7 years doing what the city has asked us to do. They've asked us to hire a consultant to provide studies. We've complied. They've asked us to help Marshall Ridge, our neighbors to the north, clean up their section. We've compelled them to do that at the request of Mr. Lennon. We've done everything the city has asked us to do. When is the city going to help us? If the city did not intend to help us, why did the city ask us to continue to spend money? Why did the city ask us to provide construction plans with cost? Why did the Mayor Pro Tem tell me in an email dated March 28th, the city's willing to help, if the city wasn't really going to help us? A city should not expect an 84-unit HOA to shoulder the full burden of managing a drainage system. The city has provided help to other HOAs in other communities, most notably Hidden Lakes HOA. The Highland Village HOA, I believe, was afforded help. Whether they took it or not, they were offered help. 1432 Darrell was given help. 1101 Jericho was given help. Several homes within the Williamburg Estates were given help. 760 Mount Gilead was given help. Those are all private property that was provided help from the city. Getting a little more technical, we're of the belief that the channel itself was not built in accordance with the Keller UDC section 5.24. Open channels will be allowed only if the design flow is greater than 200 cubic feet per second and cannot be contained in a 72-inch circular conduit. Also, open channels greater than 400 cubic feet per second may be either earthen channel or concrete lined. Earthen channels will not be allowed without channel armoring, erosion control, as well as a concrete pilot channel, 2 feet with 2 feet of gabion riprap along each side of the channel. The width of the pilot channel shall be no less than 1/2 of the total bottom width of the channel. Based on our information, we don't believe the channel was built according to these plans. Further, to the south of us at Mount Gilead, the Bridgewood development hit a natural spring that flows water now into the channel on an ongoing basis, rather than prior to that natural spring, the channel was mostly dry. Most notably, uncontrolled silt. Numerous times we made the city aware of the surrounding developments failing to properly control construction erosion and silt from entering the channel, a requirement of Code Article 5, Section 5.18 of the Keller UDC. And we've provided numerous pictures to Keller City Council, Keller staff, city manager, as to the silt that has come into the channel. And then lastly, at the mouth of the channel at Mount Gilead in 2018, city sidewalk and drainage upgrades were performed where there was greater velocity of water that has been allowed to enter the channel from the surrounding areas of off of Mount Gilead, bringing more water into the channel at a faster rate, further deteriorating our channel. So what can the city do? What we're asking the city to do is fairly simple. We're asking the city to restore the channel into a proper functioning drainage channel. We're asking for the removal of all standing water. We're asking the city to fill all holes, fix city culverts, repair the channel grade so that the water flows properly and doesn't pool and stand as it does today. Improve the infrastructure overall, add gabion riprap and other sources, and I'm sure Alonzo can speak to it far better than I can in a minute, just to help reinforce the channel where it's starting to erode. Repair erosion. and ensure all the work that is being performed is being done by a qualified contractor, some possibly hiring a consultant to ensure the work is being done as agreed by all parties. In the past, people have come in, the city has come in and done some work, and it really hasn't been done properly. And then lastly, establish long-term roles and responsibilities so the HOA knows what our responsibility is and the city knows what their responsibility is. Roles and responsibilities. We believe, again, it's quite simple. As the HOA, we are responsible for the grass, which would include landscaping, mowing, edging, blowing, watering, irrigation and irrigation systems, cattail control, trash removal. Things that we've been doing for the past, for the existence of the HOA. We do these things on a regular basis. We believe the city should be responsible for the water, silt control, erosion control, water flow, and channel grade. We've included several pictures that the city has seen numerous times before. Those are old, original pictures that you can see of the channel before really the construction of Marshall Point and Marshall Ridge to a certain extent. So you can see the channel was mostly dry. The city culverts, while they're better looking today since we're in a drought, and you can see how the water just sits in pools. They don't flow out of the culverts and into the channel itself. It sits there causing mosquitoes, health and safety issues. And then I've included several pictures of just the uncontrolled silt that flows into the channel after rain. So you can see up in the top corner that water coming off of the Marshall Point section, the reserve. Next to that, more water coming off the reserve. Lower bottom is a picture from the Oak Brook Estates where the water has breached the silt matting, flows across Roanoke Road and through the airport development into the channel. This is the roundabout in Marshall Ridge, so you can see it's pouring. You can see the silt in the water. Middle picture is flood control issues. You can see that the water has nearly breached the top of the channel. Same with the top corner. More pictures. The top left picture is water that is flowing out of Marshall Ridge, the reserves. Again, that's in the lower picture is the roundabout. You can see the mud and silt that has flows into the channel. The other two pictures are the same. Top left, that's Oak Brook Estates. That is a drainage system that was built, I believe, in 2018. Water off the retention pond flows underneath Roanoke Road, again through the airport, through a drainage channel in the airport, and then into our channel. And you can see that's nothing more than a mud pit. That overflow basin is not lined with any kind of concrete, so it will forever pour silt into the channel unless they're made to do something. Construction, again off of Roanoke Road, and that bottom picture is water flowing in off of Roanoke Road as well. Again, you can see that there's silt in it. These pictures are of the Overton section. So this Overton was built several years before Marshall Point, Marshall Ridge. So you can see that that channel was built properly with a concrete pilot channel. The water flows nicely through Overton, and they're able to maintain it and keep it clean with relative ease. So I guess in closing, what we like to say is, in many conversations with Mr. City Manager, he's going to say, not our problem. Now I'm going to paraphrase a bit, so Mark, please, I don't want to misspeak, so if this is fundamentally wrong, please correct me, but if a city had to pay for every single thing in Keller, the tax base would be out of control. We have councils that love to lower taxes. Did I paraphrase you pretty correctly?
No, it's not correct.
Okay, well, you have the opportunity to fix that.
And David, really, this is gonna be an opportunity more so to
Okay.
present kind of.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, I'm not speaking out of context.
Sure, but
Okay.
the only thing is, what I'll mention, because I was gonna mention this earlier on, after this presentation, we're gonna probably hear from, I'm gonna wanna hear from Alonzo
Sure.
and our city attorney. But then, really, it's a work session item, so I think the purpose of this right now is to at least get the background.
Yep.
And then, once we've got the information, then kind of have internal council dialogue.
Okay, terrific. City needs to pay for things like public drainage. That's our position. The city has set a precedent already in reversing deals with HOAs and developers, as they have done with Hidden Lakes. Like Hidden Lakes, the Marshall Point community no longer wants the deal that was struck with the city regarding our channel. We no longer want, nor can we afford, to be the sole responsible party for providing public drainage. The city, not the HOA, has the obligation to manage flood control. The city, not the HOA, has the obligation to manage the silt runoff. The city has the obligation to fix what they have allowed to be destroyed. Expecting an HOA of 84 homes to solely be responsible for public drainage is just not a reasonable expectation of the city. We appreciate the time to present our issues tonight. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Lennon as to what his thoughts are regarding the channel. We've provided lots of data. We've provided 2 studies. We've provided a construction plan from Cardinal Strategies, who's one of the experts in the field of channel replacement, channel repair. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or we'd love to hear from Mr. Lennon.
Well, thank you, David, for that. And then, so obviously, this has been a 7-year kind of dialogue and discussion. So does council have any questions for David before? Any questions as far as what was presented? Because otherwise, then, once we start having discussions, we're not going to have the back and forth with residents and staff and all that, so.
If you can just email the president, I know you've sent some stuff before, if that's a updated one, I'd appreciate it if you can email that.
The presentation from this evening, okay.
And then, after, I guess, I'll want to hear what Alonzo has to say, then we can get into the nuts and bolts, because there's lots of
But
information.
nothing for David specifically?
But no, it's what I was saying.
Okay.
Other than that.
Anybody else?
I have one question about your channel study that I was reviewing this afternoon again. I see the price points for the different repairs for the different areas. Was there like a, at a minimum you should do this, here's ideally what you should do? I don't see a breakdown.
What we did when we contracted with Cardinal Strategies, we said, what will it take to bring the channel back into the original working condition? We didn't necessarily say in what order. We said, what will it take? And they have provided us with a bid of around $660,000 to do that. In all candor, there's a lot of probably nice to have things in that bid. Turf mat, turf reinforcement, things such as that. There's a lot of need to have things that we have been asking council for, things like repairing the erosion, fixing the holes, making sure the grade works. So we did what the council asked. They said, bring us a bid, and just like when you go get a bid, you say, give us a bid on what it will take to make the channel work back to the original condition. So that's why it is what it is.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was some sort
That's
of
a good question.
breakdown, but-
And David, when you and I spoke, we had mentioned I know the beaver dam at one point was an issue. That's been corrected since then, correct?
Marshall Ridge has taken care of the beaver dam.
Okay.
Oddly enough, that section of the channel is probably 99% dry now.
Okay.
The
So that
water
would
flows. The water, if you remember where, what's the street? I can never remember. Regal Crossing, thank you. The water that was building up on Regal Crossing is empty in those 2 kind of drainage outlets. Water is flowing through those outlets into Westlake. So for now, that section is working. I mean, ultimately, I think the bigger issue is building something that is far more sustainable than just Marshall Point, controlling the water from where the channel begins all the way through. But I can't speak, nor do I want to speak for Marshall Ridge. I'm here speaking specifically for us and helping to get the Marshall Point section of the channel working again. Water is just pooling, so we have mosquitoes. I mean, it's.
I get it. And then the other one, because we did meet, the other one was on the Marshall Ridge. They never, I know when we spoke, they never did the study. Marshall Point did a study, correct?
We've done 2 studies, actually.
Okay.
Marshall Ridge did not do a study. They felt, because they
beaver
have
dam
an
corrected.
unkept channel,
Sure.
they took maybe the path of least resistance, which is, let's get the beaver dam fixed, let's get the water moving, and we'll worry about whatever we need to worry about in 5 or 6 more years. Same thing they've done. You know, I've been in Marshall Point now for 8 years, so it's the same thing they did, 6 or 7 years ago. They kind of band-aid it, get it working, and then they'll come back through in another 5 or 6 more years, and I
Okay.
guess clean it up again.
Okay. Any other questions from council? David?
The request to do the studies that came from the city,
Yes.
when was that? Do you remember? That's all right if you don't, that concerns me.
2017, 2018, do you recall, Steve?
You're probably right. I was trying to see if they had the Peloton study that we got was dated October 4th of 2017.
And, if it's okay, Councilman Hicks was on our board and he drove the commission of the first study and what was brought to us as a community was do a study. City wants us to do a study. City wants to partner. And again, if I'm paraphrasing incorrectly, Sean, please correct me. And that was probably in 2017 or 18, so if you recall that or not.
Okay.
And then the email from Councilman Hicks was 2018 to me saying, city is willing to help. They won't take the lead. The city has asked for a study, asked for costs, and we've provided it.
Sure. Okay.
Good question.
Any other questions for David? Otherwise, we'll.
I had one question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tashman, thanks for, doing all the due diligence and being here tonight in the presentation. How would you describe, because we've talked about the project to some extent, how would you describe the city's assistance to date? Because I think the big question is, is this a public project or a private project? But, at least from my perspective, and please be candid if you need to refute it, or my perspective is the city and our team here at Town Hall has gone and taken steps to try to be good partners and trying to find solutions. So whether it's been beaver dams, backups in Westlake, along the channel, and I'm not going to speak as articulately as you would about it, but how would you describe kind of the communications with the city today?
Yeah, I think there's been positive communication in some ways. I think there's been some less than positive communication in other ways. I'm extremely grateful and appreciative of Mr. Lennon and his help to help figure out the issues with the channel, especially over the last couple of years. I don't think the city is giving us lip service. I think the city has answered our questions in a very politically correct manner. It's private property. It's not our problem. And while they've offered some assistance verbally, they have offered some assistance mechanically several years ago, coming in and cleaning the culverts out. We could debate whether that was done incorrectly or correctly. I'm not a construction and drainage expert. I would say that they were probably not done correctly just because of the condition they're in today. I think the city has taken a very passive approach to the situation. Kind of let's answer where we can and hope the situation goes away. But the biggest question is how do we as an HOA manage something that we can't even control? We can't stop the silt from coming in. We can't stop the water from coming in. There's nothing we can do as an HOA to do anything to positively impact and mitigate the cost of managing that channel when all of the influences are out of our control. Dovetail that in again with 900 acres of Keller, and we're fighting a battle with slingshots and rubber bands, and the other side has the firepower. We need the city to own up to that and be a partner. We hear the city wants to be a partner. We've heard the city is willing to be a partner. We've heard the city is willing to assist. We've been trying to get into this meeting for 7 years. We were on an agenda and we were pulled off of an agenda. We've been told, you're not taking care of the channel. We are taking care of the channel. We're taking care of the channel as best we can with the limitations we can in a manner that we believe is consistent with our documents. We maintain the channel. We mow it, we trim it, we clean it, we remove the garbage, we take care of the cattails as needed. We have a cattail contract to keep the channel clean. What we can't do is we can't stop silt from running in, nor do we have the financial wherewithal to remove it, to remove what has been put in there from the outside influences, nor do we have the financial wherewithal to really even manage it on an ongoing basis beyond what we are already doing. We do what we can do through a landscape contract. What we can't do is, and we're not equipped to do, things that Alonzo hopefully will speak to, which is some of the heavier lifting that requires, tractors and backhoes and infrastructure type things.
Sure.
It's just out of scope for an HOA.
Well, thanks for that.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, David. Thanks for presenting it. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Evening, Mayor, council members.
Evening.
So it's not so much a presentation as it is a question and answer, but since that presentation that was given will go out, I think it bears to at least make sure that we're on the same page. And I would have to go back and reconfirm, but I think it's closer to 600 acres and 900 acres. Still 600 acres is a lot. I get that. There's also some references to other work that has been done historically on one of those pages, and it had one on Jericho and one on Mount Gilead. Just to be clear, we did do that, but it was also in the right-of-way. So it was a little bit of a different apples and oranges comparison. Those things that are in the right-of-way will squarely fall on our shoulders. What is that question is what obligation does the city have to be on private property? Historically, we have attempted to stay out of private property. However, somewhere around 10 years ago, we got into private property to do some work in backyards, Williamsburg. And then there was also a larger projects up on Darrell that we got into people's backyards and created flumes and did stuff like that. Notwithstanding whether, not a question if those were successful or not, they ended up being very lingering because one of the lessons learned was once you're in somebody's backyard, you never get out because some tree dies 4 years later and it was our fault.
Those were also clearly identified as public and private. We have a mixture of public and private easements, and that area up on Darrell was annexed, and it wasn't clear on the property that it was not labeled public or private. So there was some issues on that one. Where this one's, along with a lot of HOAs and a lot of in people's backyards, were definitely listed as a private drainage easements, and this is what Ridge Marshall Point is. It's a private drainage easement.
You said it covers, so you're saying whether it's 900 or 600 acres, but you're saying it covers a lot. This area affects 600 acres, square acres.
So this is, if you can imagine a feather, Marshall Point and Marshall Ridge. This section is the very stem of that feather, with these other being tributaries coming into it. So that is the visual location of how Marshall Point and Marshall Ridge exist. I will say that also, and you've heard this before in other presentations, every drop of stormwater is going to carry sediment. Every pond, every channel eventually will have sediment accumulation. Without question that this section has accumulated faster than others because of construction that was ongoing on Marshall, other parts of Marshall Point, or Marshall Ridge, because of the Oak Hill, is that correct?
That's correct.
The Oak Hill development, and we have regulations in place to regulate that, to make sure silt control is up, stormwater control is up, that they have to file a plan with the state to make sure that they comply with it. If they don't, they could get sanctioned by the state, or at least fined. And in each of these cases, while you saw the brown stormwater, that's indicative of erosion that's not working as well as it should. And while we were able to make headway with Marshall Ridge, we could not make the same headway with Oak Hill because of it being in bankruptcy, different ownership or no ownership, bank ownership. And so it was very difficult for us to levy a stop work order, which is usually what we do to get people's attention, because they'd already stopped. They'd been stopped for years. And that doesn't excuse anything, but it helps to explain why, in the end, Marshall Point did accumulate more sediment than would be normally expected over that time period. It was an acceleration of the life of the channel, essentially. I don't know how close we are to the end of that life, because we don't see any overtopping of the banks. So where does that put us now? That puts us at, we looked at the studies that were presented by Peloton and by Cardinal engineers. Cardinal was very extensive in their recommendations. I did take the opportunity to read through it and separate what is nice to have versus necessary. That's been outlined in emails between us and the HOA, and essentially what would be the necessary part on the city's part, or not the city's part, but what is necessary, where did it go, is essentially where the pipes that connect to the street. So the streets have their own drains. They connect to a pipe, and the pipe drains into the channel. Around those pipes where they intersect, there's a lot of erosion, both where the water comes out as well as around the pipe itself. What we have offered is to step up and to do that, and that would be consistent with what we have offered to at least 2 other HOAs who are asking for a similar partnership in their stormwater management.
Can I rephrase that? So essentially what you're saying, if I'm wrong, at the intersection of where essentially we would say private property meets public property, we've offered to partner there. And that's consistent with working other HOAs, so
that's consistent with what we've offered. It is not consistent with the original approvals of the subdivisions and the plats. All of those have been clearly defined as part of the plat approval.
For the HOA?
That this is the responsibility of the HOA.
Okay.
So what we have taken some liberty with is saying, let's at least address those areas where our infrastructure is touching yours. That's what has been out there for the other HOAs. It's out there for Marshall Point. And then the discussion now brings us here.
So, sorry, because this is a lot of information. You were mentioning Oak Hill, but looking to prevent this in the future, but to also deal with it now. You're saying the failure that occurred when we either allowed the developments to be developed or our standards that were set, that's what I'm not following, is what screwed up to let this happen?
Okay,
How did it get to this
so
point?
it's not so much a screw up as it is several events that we weren't able to control. Oak Hill created a lot of sediment that traveled downstream and ultimately into this channel. Short of the city going onto private property, which is exactly what we're talking about here, and taking the responsibility for managing that erosion control, which we drew a bright line saying we're not going to do that, our only hammer for a development that does not have proper erosion control is to issue a stop work order and say, I know you got loans, but you can't work at trying to retire those until you fix this. And that has been 90% successful, except in those 10% where the issue we're facing is they don't have a contractor on site, they're bankrupt, it's under bank ownership, and a stop work order doesn't have the hammer effect as it would otherwise. So it's not so much a mistake as it is, that was certainly causal in this circumstance.
Which we explained to him, he could have gone after them civilly for that, and because it was, if that's what they felt. But at the same time, what we find is there's years and years of accumulation that if it was done on a yearly basis and maintained correctly, we would not be sitting here tonight. It's just there was no maintenance other than cutting the cattails, cutting the lawn. There was no heavy-duty equipment be brought in to keep that channel clean, which requires under the law, because it's a private drainage easement.
So you're saying that unlike when a lot gets overgrown with grass and warnings aren't heeded, we go on there and mow it, place a lien on the property, we don't have that ability with Oak Hill to go in and correct the issue, place a lien on the property?
I would have to defer to legal on that.
No, that's a completely separate legal issue. With the grass, that's in the health and safety code, and you know there's specific parameters you have to follow with notice, and but it's a completely different vehicle.
So there's no precedent anywhere set where other developments in a community are adversely affecting an existing community at all? No situations like this anywhere else? Because I know of a situation in North Richland Hills, Emerald Lakes. The lake that's behind it has a spillway. After that, it's part of the Trinity River. It's undermined the retaining walls of 3 homes. City takes no responsibility because it was part of the developer's responsibility to maintain. The developer filed bankruptcy, so the 60 homes in there are now responsible for it. So what I'm asking is, have we looked at whether there's any precedents for what we're talking about here, where other developments have contributed excessively to the failure of a drainage way, and the city knew about it?
I'm not aware of any other precedent.
Okay. Have we researched is my question.
No. But from the outset, it really appears, like Mark mentioned, that it's a civil issue. You know, and I know this question was probably coming, and Stan and I talked about this before the meeting tonight, and we both have the same opinion. Public infrastructure cannot be built on private property. And, you know, however that happens, you know, if the council desires to, you know, put in public infrastructure there, legally, I think that would need to be a public utility or public drainage easement.
Which, if I could preempt a question that'll inevitably come up, so what if we did take it over? What if it became public? And we assumed that responsibility and raised our stormwater rates, whatever is necessary to make that happen. And while that may seem attractive for this, that opens up hundreds, if not thousands of acres of storm control.
Not only HOAs, but there's a lot of private drainage easements
We're
in
talking
North
people's
Keller
backyards.
that in people's backyards that have fences in them and trees in them and everything else. And we would have to then, if we took responsibility for all that, we'd have to go in there and clean up all those easements.
Or
And
move everybody's fence.
it's daunting. That's why it was very clear as we matured as a city. These developers who come in that want to develop Marshall Ridge or develop these things, they had to be responsible for the drainage maintenance, the maintenance of those drainage channels, or they wouldn't have been allowed to build.
So there was also a comment raised a couple of times about errors being made at the original approval of the drainage channel for the development. That's been researched several times, and in concert with application for a FEMA map revision for this area. So, caveat that. So there are 3 distinct areas we're talking about here. We're talking about Marshall Ridge, which is the heavily wooded area. That is, and was presented by the developer to the city and ultimately approved by FEMA as a wetland mitigation area, which is an official FEMA, or Corps of Engineers, not FEMA, Corps of Engineers, designation that says you gotta have hands off, you don't get to go in and mow it, you can't have cattle grazing on it, it's just hands off. It's a wetland. If it goes wild, you gotta let it go wild. Which was part of the reason why removing the beaver was both easy and difficult. It was easy to remove the animal, very difficult and arduous red tape to actually remove the dam. And that took, it was probably the last 2.5 months to get through that process with the Corps of Engineers. Then the next section is still floodplain designated, Corps of Engineer controlled, and this is Marshall Point. And the the FEMA maps were redrawn as a result of this development. It was actually maybe 4 times as wide before the floodplain, before this development came in. And the proposal by the development was, we're gonna narrow it down, put it into this channel, make it deeper, a little bit wider, put some trapezoidal walls to it, and we'll contain it. Feds bought off on it. They said, sure, you can do that, you're blessed. There was no request or requirement to put a pilot channel in there. It was a different ordinance. All of our ordinances were updated in 2015, prior to my arrival here. And then there's, and so the reason that's important is that the pilot channel many times comes up. It would be a lot easier if we had a pilot channel and put it in and make us look a lot like the property or the subdivision just south, which has a pilot channel, and you saw a photo of that. That is not in the floodplain. It's not Corps of Engineer controlled, and honestly, at this point, we can do about anything we wanted in it, which makes it a lot easier. We can still do some things within Marshall Point, but it's a matter of going through the same process, and we have another subdivision we just went through this with, Castle Cove, Saddlebrook. They were concerned about their, long story short, the same thing was the same conclusion. You're free to make changes to what was originally approved, but the onus is on you, and if it requires FEMA approval, the onus is on you as well. I have no objection if you want to put in a pilot channel, but that's something that, you know, you're going to have to shoulder, and we would review and send it forward for you. So there's a little bit of a nuance of whether it's wrong, no. Could it be different? Yes. What's it going to take? Money and time.
Well, let's also go into the reason why why you recommended a study for them. It wasn't so much for us, and what we all meant by help was helping identify the prioritize and that kind of thing, and do the kind of work around where our public and private enter the channel. But it was never meant that we would take over that maintenance of that channel, and that was never your intention when you told them to get the reports.
That's correct, and that was well said. Not just from me, but I believe others were very conscious that when an HOA approaches us, approaches the city and wants to partner, I think the answer is always in spirit, we're willing to talk about it, but practically we don't know what we're talking about yet unless you come up with some real plans and real numbers. And so that was the root of sending the message back to not just this HOA, but others. You've got to start the process. You've got to make sure you've got skin in the game, and then we have something concrete to talk about, because nobody, council included, is going to write a blank check that says, yes, we want to partner, but we don't know what that plan looks like yet. And that was the root of why I was consistently encouraging, get a study, put it together, what do you recommend, what are you asking for, what partnership does that look like? And that was where that comes from. And then based on that study, then we'll horse trade who does what, and what is reasonable, not reasonable. And that's where we are now with Cardinal. The last thing I'd like to do in deference to David and Steve is talk about the heavy machinery and you know, what is reasonable for an HOA to take care of versus the city and things like that. In 2016, the city, and this was again right before I arrived, but in the summer of 16, we did have heavy machinery go out there, and you saw one of the photos in the presentation. It was just the bare dirt and the water going out of the channel, and it met up with another channel. You'll see it in the presentation. Our city forces went out and we dug it out, cleaned it up, and the presumption is that we'll help you with this, but it's up to you to take it from here. I don't know that that was officially codified, but that is what is being referred to now when, and if I'm speaking for the HOA, so correct me if I'm wrong, that while they're willing to take care of all of the other stuff when it comes to moving dirt, that's where they would like the city to come in. And I've mentioned on several occasions that I get that it's easier. We have the equipment, we've got the expertise, but this crosses a line that I can't do administratively. It has to be done in a policy setting.
And you see what happens, they'll think you didn't do it right, so it's really got to be the point where we can, we empathize, we can give technical advice, we can do the little areas that where the public and private meet and do that. We cannot accept responsibility for the maintenance of that unless that becomes, in council's policy direction, that becomes public. drainage. And if that becomes public drainage, just wait in line, because there's so many other HOAs have, and Mayor, you were in one of the meetings. We had this frank discussion, and they walked away understanding there's nothing we can do. We can be good partners, help them with the technology, the technical stuff that our public works director does such a good job of doing. But at the end of the day, we cannot use city resources on the private drainage easements.
Let's do this because we've got 2 minutes before the meeting that's noticed for 7. We've heard at this point out from David and Alonzo. I'm sure there's going to be some council dialogue or questions for Alonzo, but I think that's a good place to stop, and then we can pick this back up after we're done with the dais. I think we should be able to move at the regular council meeting pretty quick. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's move into there, get ready at 7, and then come back and then finish this discussion and then the other work session items as well. Okay. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all for that, and thank you, Pastor. Alrighty, we do not have an item D, which is presentations, but we'll go ahead and go to the next portion, which is a persons to be heard. This is a time for the public to address the City Council on any subject. However, the Texas Open Meetings Act prohibits the City Council from discussing issues which the public has not been given 72 hours notice. Issues raised may be referred to City staff for research and possible future action. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak. Normally there's some cards to fill out. I haven't got one yet, but is there any member from the public that wishes to speak under the persons to be heard? Okay. With that, being none, we'll move to the consent items. So F1, F2, F3. F1 is consider approval of minutes for the Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 regular City Council meeting. F2, consider resolution approving agreement for engineering services with Baird, Hampton, and Brown out of Grapevine, Texas. And that is for the purpose of providing Phase 3 of the Master Drainage Plan for the Public Works Department. And then F3 is to consider resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an interlocal agreement between the cities of Keller, Southlake, Grapevine, and Colleyville for participation in the Metroport Teen Court program that's effective October 1st, 2021. I see a motion from Councilman Dudley.
Yes, I move to pass consent items F1 through F3 as presented.
Thank you, sir. Councilman McMullen?
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll get a vote. The consent items pass unanimously. There is no old business, so we'll move on to new business. First item is item H1, and that is a public hearing, which is to consider an ordinance approving a specific use permit for Freedom Freeze, a seasonal snow cone stand on approximately 0.36 acre tract of land that is located at 804 Keller Parkway. And to help us with that is Julie.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So this slide is just showing you an overhead on the left, the aerial map of where the location for the business is there on Keller Parkway. And on the right, we have the zoning map that shows you it's in retail. So the applicant is proposing to operate a seasonal from April to September snow cone stand in the existing parking lot of Embrace Balance Family Chiropractic. The snow cone stand will be operated out of a 2019 mobile trailer. The applicant is one of the chiropractors at the proposed location. The trailer size is 9 feet by 16. It will not encroach in the fire lane, and it will fit in one parking space. 2 other parking spaces are being proposed to accommodate waiting patrons. And this is showing you a picture of the actual trailer itself. And there will be using this white PVC vinyl fence to secure that area for folks that are waiting in line to keep it separate from the parking area. So Embrace Balance Family Chiropractic requires 12 parking spaces, and they have 21 available. So even with the fenced-in standing area, they've got plenty of parking to accommodate this use. And I also do want to share that they will be installing a power pole here and temporary electric pole on the site. And the medical offices, just in case you're interested, require 1 parking space per every 200 square feet, and that's how we do that calculation. So the hours of operation are being proposed Monday through Saturday, 11 to 8, and on Sunday, noon to 7. They do overlap somewhat with the medical use, but there are times in the evening there where they'll be operating when there won't be medical uses operating. So on May 13th, the city mailed out 16 letters of notification for the public hearing to all property owners within 300 feet. A public hearing notice was also posted on the site. And as of today, staff has received one signed letter of opposition from a neighboring business. They just said that they were in opposition. They didn't specify why they were in opposition. We did have another person in that same office building share a covenant and deed restriction related to the parking area, but the city does not enforce deeds and restrictions, and so that would not be taken into account by the city council in terms of making a decision about the use of this snow cone here, snow cone stand. So letter of opposition represents 7.18% of the land area, and we calculate that using GIS within the 200-foot buffer. So it's well below the 20% threshold that would otherwise trigger a supermajority vote of the city council. So a simple vote would be all that's necessary. In section 802 of the UDC, it states fairly clearly that when considering an SUP request, the city council shall consider the following factors: whether the use is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding existing uses of or proposed uses. The activities requested by the applicant are normally associated with the permitted uses in the base district, in this case retail. The nature of the use is reasonable and appropriate in the immediate area. Any negative impact on the surrounding area has been mitigated, and that any additional conditions specified ensure that the intent of the district purposes are being upheld. On May 24th, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the SUP request. Several commissioners applauded the business goals behind Freedom Freeze. And the applicant is here this evening, and I'm sure would be happy to share that business plan with the council. The SUP request is to operate a seasonal snow cone stand in the parking lot of Embrace Balance Chiropractic for 3 years, 2022 through 2024, from April to September. You have the following options when you're considering an SUP request. You can approve as submitted. That is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation. You may approve with modifications or additional conditions. You can table the agenda item to a specific date with a clarification of intent and purposes, or you may deny. And I and the applicant are here if you have any questions after the public hearing.
Thanks, Julie. Does the applicant have anything else to add to that presentation before we open it for the public hearing?
So in that parking lot, we have actually moved it to back behind my building. So rather than being in that normal drive-through right there, we will be back over where the dumpster is right now. So where the white car is on the left-hand side, we'll move the dumpster to the other side, and we will use that protected area on the left side. That way, you know, the kids and everything, we'll still have it fenced in, but we'll be able to have that grassy area right there for like a picnic table and things. So it's a little bit safer, and they don't have to, you know, grab their snow cone and leave real quick.
And that's where the power pole is installed at?
Oh, yes, the power pole's on that side.
Okay. We'll may have some questions for you all after the public hearing, so if you want to just kind of stand by.
Sure.
And at this point, we'll open it for the public. Is there any person that wishes to speak under this item? Okay. Seeing none, then we'll need a motion to close the public hearing. Councilman Darberly?
I move to close the public hearing on item H1.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Juarez?
And I second that motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we get a vote? Okay, so the public hearing is closed. Julie, I have a question on, a couple questions. On the parking counts, oh, we're on the slide, okay. So I understand that the chiropractic office, they currently have 21 spaces available,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
They're really required to have 12.
Yes, sir.
Take the, if this snow cone stand were a standalone, what would the UDC require the snow cone stand to have as far as parking?
It does not address snow cone stands.
Okay.
So, and most of the time, snow cone stands are located in parking lots. And my limited experience of snow cone stands here for the last 3 years or so is there extra parking in that existing parking lot? And I'm so sorry we don't have a better guideline than that.
Okay,
for you.
so snow cone stands, I mean, under what use do they what category are they in?
They're
Retail?
considered retail, but they're seasonal, and so that's why there's not a parking standard associated with them. They're not year-round.
I guess, so then my question would be, if it were retail, which it is considered retail, so if it were a retail standalone, what would the parking requirement be on that?
If they were a
Full-on retail,
I'd have to look it up. It would be the same as, it'll be the same as a restaurant.
which is, you know?
I don't know off the top of
Okay.
my head. Sarah can look that up for you.
Okay,
real
and
quick.
I should have asked that question.
It's okay. We
back
can
then,
find it
so-
for you pretty quickly.
But if we can figure that out while we have some discussion, because I do have some.
It's by, the trouble is, it's by square footage. So the square footage of the trailer is, it's going to be one parking, it
Is
won't
it
be
one?
more than one
Okay.
parking lot.
Because it's,
Yeah, it'll
even
be
if it
very
were
small.
retail, it's by square footage.
If it were that size, yes, sir. It's going to be, at the most, it would be 2. We'll look it up, make sure, but we don't have anything any smaller than that, I
Okay.
don't believe.
And then I know that in watching the Planning and Zoning Committee, Commission, some of the comments, they had some concerns about the safety, which I know the applicant kind of addressed. But I want to just be clear, or if someone can offer me some clarity. So the fenced-in area, what I heard the applicant in the Planning and Zoning meeting was, that's really not an area for people to sit around and enjoy the snow cone. It's more so for them to go and purchase, and then, that's how I understood it on the Planning and Zoning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess then the intention would be, so what's, well, I guess what is the intention then? So people come and purchase their snow cone, where are they supposed to stand? And if you don't mind, yeah, thank you, sir.
So it'll be inside that blue area, but on the opposite side, which is further back. The fire lane it's very hard to see from this aerial, but the white car, and it's a 9 by 16-foot trailer. So that white line back where the dumpster's at right now, I wish I could use the laser pointer or something, but you'll see to the very opposite there, that yellow will fill up to that white line. And so then you almost have another double space out there, but the barriers, the blue lines will move to the other side because that's where the pole's at. So they'll be able to be right there, and what we'll do is, I mean, you're double the area, so we're gonna put like a bench or 2 out there, like inside the blue fencing area.
Okay, so let me just, because I thought, isn't the intention to possibly move it so behind, right? There was some discussion about what we're seeing right here on this diagram is not necessarily correct.
Inverse the 2.
Okay, and it's going to be closer behind that building?
Yes, sir, it's gonna be directly behind that building in the exact opposite spot, because that's where the power pole had to go in at when they told us it had to go through a power pole. Because we couldn't use an extension cord and we couldn't use a generator due to 25 feet being within a car. So they installed the power pole there, and that's the only reason it moved and flipped on the other side. The power company wanted it done on that side, so that's what we did, and now it's even more protected, so.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Those are questions I had for you, sir. I appreciate that. And then for Julie.
And it would be 1.5, so I had
Okay.
to split the difference. So we would have, if they were actually able to build a restaurant this small, then we would have required 1.5 parking spaces or 2 parking spaces. We would have rounded that up.
Okay. And then the question that I had asked to you prior in an email, and then I, just for council to be aware, but just to, now that we're, as far as mobile trailers that operate in this fashion, along 1709, we don't have any other vendors that operate like this. The closest one, I guess, would be the Tiki Hut, but that is affixed to the ground.
It's not a permanent structure. They actually disassemble it at the end of their season, but it's not a mobile trailer.
Okay, and this one obviously is a mobile
Yes, sir.
trailer. Okay. So I think those are the questions I have. I guess I'll just make a comment. And I really appreciate what the applicants were trying to do and bring and offer, because I know that part of the comments that they had for the planning and zoning was this would, for some of their clientele, then they would be able to offer some of this to them. I'd almost prefer if you could somehow offer that to your clientele within your existing space. Reason being is, frankly, I don't think this meets the legal requirements that we as a council need to consider when we look at the UDC, because I don't think this area, this particular item is consistent with what we have around it. And so I don't think we meet that burden. And so I do have some legal questions, in particular when we talk about whether or not the use is harmonious and compatible with surrounding existing uses or proposed uses. The mobile component of it would be unique to the entire 1709. And so I have issues with that. I think that's a legal question. Moreover, I think frankly, I think it kind of hampers our ability when we're talking about 1709. What councils in the past have gotten in trouble with is kind of a short-sighted vision for 1709. And so sometimes what that happen, it's you get hodgepodge development. And I think what we're trying to do on 1709, 377 is we're trying to think longer term. We're talking about redevelopment and trying to redevelop existing uses. And I think this, frankly, this use, in my opinion, I think hampers that, aside from the legal question. So I think for me, I hate saying that because I want to support you all as much as we can, I really do. But those are my challenges. But I'm one of 7, so we'll be voting that accordingly. Councilman Dubberly?
A couple questions. You kind of, and Julie, first one's for you. The letter against, I believe, was the dentist office.
Yes.
And what was the reasoning again?
There was no reason. It just said that they opposed it. They didn't provide a reason of why.
Okay. And then I guess the other one is for the business owner. And P&Z discussed this a little bit. It's for people that are coming to your business, but are y'all planning on putting a sign up at all for people driving by, or is it just gonna?
I mean, if it depends on if we're allowed to or not. Yes, it is for my business mainly because we're kind of, we're going to have those options that are available for some of my patients. We're a family practice and I see a lot of kiddos and they, can't have all the dyes and things that are in a lot of snow cones. So that's kind of our main focus. But yes, we will be open for everyone. It's not just for my patients.
That's fine.
And just to clarify, I'm so sorry to tell you
No,
this,
that's
but
okay. We're not allowed to have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Sorry,
Yeah.
so they can't have a sign there.
That's why I was curious. I was double checking.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Those were my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilman Green?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo a lot of what our mayor has iterated. I applaud the entrepreneurship, love entrepreneurship. I applaud the messaging. I question whether it's harmonious and compatible with the surrounding because it's a professional building. You already operate a professional business in that arena. So I have trouble getting there as a harmonious and compatible use. I do have a question for you, though, because one of the other businesses brought up the CCRs of the professional park. Have you checked those? Are you sure you can do this?
I've read it. I run risk management and safety for the parent company to Fort Worth Transit. I read contracts all day. The specific uses are storing of a boat trailer or broken vehicle and other things. It references nothing about a food trailer or any other type of trailer.
Okay.
I did not bring that here with me, but I read it. The business owner that actually owns the building, or the tenant of it, he also read it and said they're grasping at straws, is what his exact words were.
Okay,
And I read the
well,
contract as well.
I'm glad that you did that. I would hate for you to get an approval today only to find that you can't operate a business in the parking lot. But I don't feel like it. Matter of fact, I wish at some point that Keller would have an outdoor entertainment and dining area where we could do food truck types of things like this, because I think this is consistent with that use. But I can't get there where this is consistent with a medical office. And if you do the kind of business during the summers that we have here in Texas, I'm also concerned about congestion in the parking lot for people wanting to get into the professional services with people like my grandkids begging to go get a snow cone. So I applaud it, but I don't think that I can vote in favor of it.
Councilman McMullen?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for, coming to the council meeting. Can you talk to me a little bit, how long have you been doing business in Keller?
So I opened my practice in 2018, and I started up in Argyle, and I actually practiced in Keller before that at a different chiropractic office for 3.5 years, and so then I branched out onto my own, started my own business, had a non-compete, and once that was over, I came back to Keller and opened this location. So that was 2 years ago now that I've been in this location? 2.5 years. Yeah.
Well, congrats. It's a
Thank
tough
you.
2-year period to
Yeah.
be doing business in, so
Yeah.
I mean that. Okay, I guess kind of being Well, I had one question. Can you explain to me the electric setup? I was kind of lost when we were discussing where the utility pole for the
Where the
Yep.
tape pole that they put in. So where on the left 3 spots where the actual dumpster is right there, the power pole is right in the grass, about 2 feet off of there. So they put it right there because they can't have it any further. They were gonna have to put up 2 poles 20 feet tall, and we weren't gonna do any of that. So they just put it right there, and that's.
You say right there. I just.
Where the shaded area is on the bottom left, it's
Oh, okay.
right at the very back corner of that.
Kind of behind the building,
Yes,
if you will, if you're
Yes,
looking.
yes, it's
Okay.
tucked back behind.
Okay. And then I guess quick follow-up for staff, and then one more for the applicant. Has our fire safety, are there any known kind of safety issues that staff's aware of with, or did something come up in P&Z that I missed about safety
The
considerations?
safety concern was, actually, I think they responded to it because the question from Commissioner Will was, could you move it to the other side so that it's not in the fire lane, it's not adjacent to the fire lane and all that traffic on that side, and where people would be standing kind of down into the parking area, or perhaps out where the drive-through went, through the drive lane went. And so what they've done is they've moved it behind the building, and they followed the suggestion, which was that way, if people are staying in line, they can actually stand on the grass area and not, if they overfill the fenced-in area, then they won't be standing in the fire lane.
Okay, and then for the applicant, did you say you're planning to have like a picnic table there so people can sit down while they're waiting, or what's the?
Not necessarily a picnic table, more like the benches that you see inside the blue areas. Imagine those being the white picket fences that we had up there earlier. You just have like a small little wood bench right next to that, with maybe like a flower pot hanging on the side to make it look a little bit more attractive, so a kid can eat it without messing up their parents' car as soon as they get in it, if that makes sense.
So I guess last question I can think of, would you be agreeable to, because one of the things we can do with an SUP is limit the time period. Right now there's a 3-year time frame. Like I said when you approached, I like the entrepreneurial spirit. Since I'm not seeing and I didn't hear staff, comment on any huge safety concerns that we should be aware of as a council, would you be willing to limit the SUP window? I don't know what that looks like from a capital investment perspective.
We would be open to that.
So would 1 year be too restrictive? Because what would happen is in 1 year we'd give it a try, see if it worked, and if it didn't work, or maybe for whatever reason, if it's successful, great, and if it's not, you could do something else with a pretty cool looking trailer. So after 1 year, you'd come back to the council if the majority of council agreed to that. That's okay with you?
Yes, sir. We'd be perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
You did mention a couple things on safety, if you don't mind.
Sure.
It has
Yeah,
been
please.
completely inspected by the Tarrant County Food Commission, so it's passed all those inspections. Also, I did mention I'm over risk and safety for the parent company at Tarrant, so I've gone ridiculous in the type of safety I've done on this thing from an insurance and safety perspective, because all I do is insurance all day for the parent company to our buses in Fort Worth. So I'm going at this from a level that's probably too far in risk and safety. So that's what I do all day. It's to a level that I have a master's in risk management and insurance. So I'm taking it to that level. And
Excellent.
It's probably too far, but I want your safety concerns to know that if I get myself sued, I'd be pretty upset. So.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And just speaking for me, I'm willing to give it, a 1 year kind of trial experiment to see how it works. Because to the mayor and Councilman Green's point, we do have to consider whether the use is harmonious. And so kind of wrapping all these factors up into, a yes or no decision up here. There's no maybe button, unfortunately. I'm willing to give it a 1 year shot personally. So thanks for being here tonight.
Julie, one question on the 21 parking spots. So right now that building, is it just occupied by Embrace, or is there another business in there? So the 21 spots are just for Embrace, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, I just want to confirm.
My wife could speak to this better, but I've never seen more than 3 or 4 cars in the parking lot at one time for that building. Because she's a single chiropractor working at one time. She can't see 12 patients at once. So.
Right.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any other questions, or we have a motion? Councilman Darberly.
I move to approve item H1 with the exception of making it a 1 year instead of a 3 year SUP.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve with a 1 year as opposed to the 3 year. It's seconded by Councilman McMullen. Is there any additional discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Because the request is for an April to September timeframe, seasonal timeframe, and we're already 3 months into that. So are we saying 1 year, July, August, September, and then April, May, June next year? And so we're going to cut them off in the middle of next year? Okay.
We would be open to if you only did the September this year as well.
I guess for council, let me ask you this. So how do you guys get around the harmonious and compatible? Because again, there is no other existing use in that area. So from a legal aspect, how are you answering that legal question?
Can you say that in the mic? I didn't hear you.
Sure. How are you answering the legal question as far as the harmonious and compatible? If there is nothing else that's harmonious or compatible to that surrounding it.
I can take that question, Mr. Mayor. So the way I agree, it's probably a close call. When we're talking about, legal standards such as is it harmonious, there's a totality of factors that you have to weigh when you're looking at any individual matter. So you kind of have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. And here, I look at resident feedback. First of all, we got some of that through P&Z with a unanimous vote. I look at the safety considerations. I look at state law when it comes to the 200 and 300-foot barriers. Are there other data points that indicate that it's not harmonious? I also think, the Tiki Hut's distinguished from this operation as well, but I don't see the two operations as so distinguished that it, breaks that standard of being harmonious with the surrounding businesses. So for me, that's how I got there. It was a totality of the circumstances test. I think it's an excellent question, and I agree. It's a little bit more of a call that's on the margin, if you will, I guess is how I would characterize it, which is why I was willing to give it a year shot and see if it causes the disruption. Because I think the contrapositive to your question, sir, is if it's not harmonious, I think we're going to know by September.
And I agree with Councilman McMullen. And as far as it being too far from, say, Taco Casa across the street and then the safety area of it and the types of kiddos it's targeting that have adverse reactions to certain types of snow cones, I think that meets the need of children in our community that could use that service. So for me, it's close.
So I think I have a different legal interpretation, but I guess, and so we'll do the vote, but I guess for the city attorney, when we list the factors on the UDC, it's not that they meet one of the factors, but they're supposed to be meeting all factors that we've got listed per the UDC, correct?
I would consider it that it's a list of factors that you should consider for each item, and it's written so broadly, and I think Councilman McMullen gave a perfect lawyerly answer that it's a case-by-case basis, it's a totality of the facts, and it's written, like I said, so broadly that each one of you can make your own determination, interpretation of it.
Okay. So we've got a motion, we've got a second. If there's no additional discussion, we'll take a vote.
One comment to add in, Mr. Mayor, if I can. And I hear what Councilman McMullen and Councilman Dubberly are saying. What I didn't see addressed is something that is of high concern to me is the precedent that we set. We have a lot of professional medical and office space throughout the city, and we're setting a precedent that we're going to welcome trailers and food truck type things in those parking lots, because it would be difficult to tell them why we can't. So I have that question for Councilman Dubberly and Councilman McMillan.
Sure, happy to take that question as well. It's open mic night here at Keller City Council. So the answer to your question, sir, I think that the spirit of the SUP process is that we do evaluate these matters on a case-by-case basis. If we were talking about changing the UDC or giving blanket approval to all snow cone stands in every location in the city of Keller, I would agree with some of your precedent, or even if we narrowed the question to maybe a similar zoning district. But here, because of the SUP process, it's a case-by-case determination, and that's how, for me, it addresses my heartburn that I would have with setting any precedent, citywide precedent. So it's an excellent question, though.
Councilman Green, do you mind if I make a comment to that? Do you mind if I make a comment? Sure. The Planning and Zoning Committee had some of the same concerns, and they said they were much more comfortable since my wife was the chiropractor there, and they said it was, if it ever, they were passed at 7-0 because she was the chiropractor owning the business, so she had an extra incentive to make sure everything was properly done. It wasn't, and it was contingent based upon that she owned or she continued to stay there. If we lost that, we'd have to come back and do a different type of application. That's what they passed it on.
We're having issues with the screen, but I think, Councilman Juarez, were you trying to
I did.
speak? Okay.
Yes. So I want to say I think it's different, Councilman Green, as to setting a precedent, because this is an extension of your current business. This is not a standalone food truck sitting outside in some parking lot selling whatever. This really is an extension of your business. And I do applaud you for doing the right things for kids, and I care about those things too. So I do think it's different, and I think with the 1-year trial period is an excellent way of kind of seeing how it goes.
So just to add on to that, I think, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, or city attorney, but this is not an extension. This is it's a separate venture.
That's correct. Owned by the same person.
I don't mean legally. I mean owned by the same person in the sense of that's the spirit of what's happening.
The business is owned by the
Yes.
same person, yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, was there anything else to add? The screen's not working for us, so I didn't want to miss you.
No, I would just, I appreciate you bringing businesses to Keller, and I'm all for anything that we can do to improve, the unique places for kids and families to go to, so.
So we've got a motion, a second, we'll take a vote. That item passes 5-2, or I'm sorry, 4-2, right? Yeah, 4-2. You can charge me and Councilman Green double when we go there for the snow cones, all right? So don't worry. Thank you all, congratulations. Yep. The next item is item H2, public hearing. That is to consider an ordinance approving 3 specific use permits for a 2,948 square foot detached accessory structure that is located at 1909 Willis Lane. Sarah's here to help us out with that.
Thank you, Mayor. Last month, the applicant submitted a request for 3 specific use permits related to the size of the structure and the height of the structure. The applicant is wanting to use this accessory structure for a wood shop. It's got an automobile lift so that he can work on some cars. It's got space for recreation, an office/game room, and a full bath and dog wash. Your aerial map on the left and then zoning map on the right. You can see kind of in the southeast corner of the lot, there is a existing concrete pad. He's proposing to completely tear that out if this new structure is approved this evening. Some updated elevations the applicant provided actually since the P&Z meeting. That west exterior elevation is the elevation that would be facing Willis Lane. South exterior will be facing the church that the applicant has spoken to. The east towards Chase Oaks HOA, and then the north towards the inside of their backyard. Here's those proposed floor plans with the first floor on the bottom, second floor up on the top. They've got the staircases on either side to get up to the top loft where he's mostly going to be using it as storage. Another set of elevations. Again, that west elevation is what will be facing Willis Lane. This is not showing his proposed improvements. I've got an image that's similar to what he wants to do with some wainscoting and making it look a little nicer where it will be viewable from the public street. This is not the exact structure, but this is kind of what the applicant has in mind. Again, for that west elevation. Showing the location of the proposed structure, again, in that southeast corner of the lot. The existing concrete pad would be torn out. They'll have a little porch there on the west end of the structure and a 20 by 30 concrete pad on the east side. And they are also proposing to extend their existing driveway all the way through their back gate so that they can exit onto the alley. On May 13th, we mailed out 22 letters of notification for this public hearing to all property owners within 300 feet. As of today, we have not received any response either in support or opposition to this request. And these are the 3 SUPs requested. An SUP for the size of the accessory structure to be 2,948 square feet, which exceeds the 1,200 square feet maximum in this zoning district. An SUP for the height of the accessory structure to exceed the UDC requirement of an average of 15 feet tall. The proposed structure is an average of 17.5 feet, and it's got a peak of 19 feet. And then an SUP for the size of the accessory structure to exceed 50% of the existing home. The existing home is 2,639 square feet. 50% of that would be 1,319.5. The Planning and Zoning Commission on May 24th voted 4-3 to recommend approval of all 3 SUP requests. Same UDC criteria that Julie read in the previous item also applies for this SUP. Is the use harmonious and compatible with surrounding existing uses or proposed uses? Activities requested by the applicant are normally associated with the base district. Nature of the use is reasonable and appropriate in the area. Any negative impact on the surrounding area has been mitigated, and that any additional conditions specified ensure that the intent of the district purposes are being upheld. Here's a summary of the 3 SUP requests. Council has the following options when considering these requests: approve as submitted, that was the P&Z recommendation, approve with modifications or additional conditions, or table the agenda item to a specific date with clarification of intent and purpose, or deny. And the applicant is here this evening to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Does the applicant have anything else they want to add to this presentation, sir?
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of clarify something and make sure I understand it right. Where it's saying 2,900 and some odd square feet, the building itself is 1,800 square feet. I'm putting an office in there and then a partition for a shop, a wood shop, to kind of keep the sawdust out of the rest of the shop. The part on top of it, I'm just using for storage, so it's really no different than an attic in a house. And I know that when you're purchasing or selling a home, or figuring our square footage for this, we don't get to count the attic. A lot of people will put decking in their attic for storage as well. So that's all that really is. So I've got the 1,800 square feet and then a porch of about 190 square feet that's under roof. Seemed like there was some heartburn with the 2,900 and something square feet, but I just want to really clarify a lot of it's storage. Right now, I have a storage building out there and 2 enclosed trailers. One of the enclosed trailers has never left my yard since the day I bought it because it's just storage, but it will go away. So will the storage building with this building. So it would be a lot neater, a lot cleaner looking for the neighborhood. For, you know, on the south side of me is a church with a chain link fence between us, but never been a complaint about any of it. We certainly try to be good neighbors, and we've talked to them about this building, and there are no problems at all with it.
Understood. Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing, so let's just go ahead and open it for the public. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak under this item? Okay, see if not. Councilman McMullen?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Hicks?
Yeah, I second.
Thank you. Can we get a vote? Okay, so the public hearing is closed. At this point, open it up for council. Any questions for either staff or the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess I was going to make a motion to approve, but I think we have some questions, so.
Okay. Oh, yep. Thank you, sir. Councilman Dubberly?
This is for the applicant. I just wanted to make sure the church is okay with the 2-story, because it was 14 feet off the property line, I believe, in the south end, and the church is okay with it being built there. You said you had spoken with your neighbors. The Church of Latter-day Saints.
I don't hear so good.
Yes,
Sorry,
so
if you can
he
hear me.
has been in touch with the church, with the church, and they have the full plans and were perfectly fine with the proposal. They also contacted the Chase Oaks HOA to the east. We did, confirm that the alleyway is city, so it's not the HOA's alley, but they did go ahead and contact the HOA to make sure that there were no concerns with them.
And I guess my only other question is, with it being that much concrete, was there any issues with drainage going into the church or in that area?
So I think we included in the packet, as far as the lot coverage, they're still well within you know, the maximum allowed, and we did have the city engineer look at it, and he had no
Right, they were
concerns.
below the 50. I just was curious if there were any concerns.
No, none,
Okay.
none that were raised by our Public Works folks.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir. Councilman McMullen?
Quick question, sir. Thanks for being here tonight. If I heard you correctly, essentially the building plan, as you stated, is about 1,800 square feet in terms of the footprint on the ground.
Yes, sir. It's a 30 by 60 building with a 6-foot porch on the front, so 6 by 30 under roof. You know, she'll pull it up here, but okay. So you can see that the building itself is a 30 by 60, and the porch. The main reason I'm doing that and the wainscot on the front is because that faces Willis Lane, that faces the street, and it's just for aesthetics. It doesn't improve the structure as far as rigidity or anything. It's just I'm going to spend more to make it look nice, and I want it to look nice on my property, and I want it to look nice for the neighborhood.
Well, I appreciate the spirit of what you're doing, so thanks for being here tonight.
Okay. Councilman Green?
I appreciate you clarifying on the structure of what it is. Are you open to any modifications on it?
Sure, I would always listen to something, absolutely.
How tall is the ceiling for your storage decks that you're calling your second level or calling your attic?
The interior walls of the office and the
so is there an office up there also?
The front, I'm gonna call it office, game room, kind of a catch-all. I'll probably have a little desk and computer in there, but it's gonna be 9 foot on that end, plus your joist on top. So I would say from the floor to the top of that's gonna be approximately 10 foot. That only leaves it at the, 6 foot or so for the walls. So that's really all it can be used for, more or less, is storage. On the wood shop end, I'll probably have a little taller ceiling, just being able to handle materials. It'll probably be about a 10-foot enclosed ceiling, plus the joist on top.
Okay, can we bring up the diagram of the floor plan? Because I'm getting a little confused. I didn't see an office on the second level.
No, and Councilman Green, the office, and actually it might make more sense if I switch back over to this. The office/game room is on the first floor, as is the wood shop.
Okay, so
this is the office space as far as I understand it, right next to the porch that's facing
I'm sorry,
Willis.
I did call it a game room, but it's kind of a catch-all. I mean, I'm sure I'll have a desk and computer and TV out there for watching games and things of that nature as well. So that's why I called it office.
Okay. But that's on the first level, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second level is just for storage.
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that the ceiling height at the apex of the gable is 10 feet?
It'll be approximately 10 feet because I'll have 9-foot interior walls in that game room. And then if you count the joists on top for the strength, it's going to be another 8 to 12 inches there, depending on what style truss or boards that we use. If we use a 2x8 or whatever. So just
the walls are going to be 9 feet at the outside of the structure, tall?
No, inside the building itself.
Are you bringing a drop ceiling in, or is it going to be a gabled roof inside?
No, it's not interiors. It's just going to be flat roof in the inside of the game room.
Okay.
The metal building on the outside has a 16-foot wall. If that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm trying to isolate the second level.
He's asking about the second, he's hard of hearing. So, he's asking about the second floor, so that's the gabled roof.
So maybe where you see the staircase in that middle picture.
Yes.
That staircase is obviously just to get up to the storage. So from the floor to that staircase is going to be approximately 10 feet to the top of the staircase.
Understood. Once I'm at the top of that staircase, on my second level, how tall is the ceiling that you're dropping?
At the walls, at the ends, it's between 5 and 6 feet.
So 5 and 6 feet.
And then at the peak, you would add 3 feet. Because it's 19 foot at the peak.
So it'll be so that is going to be gabled ceiling on the second level. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I did get confused a little bit. So 9 feet at the apex of it?
Yes,
5 feet at the edge?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not at the edge. It won't be 5 feet at the edge. If you, I'm trying to do math, and I could use your help, Councilmember Green.
Probably about 6 feet at the edge.
So we have 16 feet, and then we're going to take 9 off of that, 7, and a little bit less than that.
Yeah, the numbers weren't working for me,
About
so.
6 at the short wall.
Okay.
And then another 3 feet, so roughly 9 in the center of the gable.
Okay. And open to down below.
In the center, do we have a, hang on 2 seconds, I think we have a slide that shows that.
Well, we don't need to belabor it anymore. My proposal was going to be if you would entertain lowering the overall ceiling, if that's just going to be storage up there, so that you're not asking for 3 different variances to what we allow. Your square footage, I think, could be adjusted, but it's still, 150% of what is allowed. So my question was just a simple one. Are you open to reducing the footprint and reducing the height of the ceiling to get it closer to what we allow in the UDC?
Part of the issue with lowering it is I'm going to have a car lift in there. Now it will limit me. I couldn't lift the car and get under it. The center section where you drive in will have a car lift, and you think of my height being under there, and then I pick up above it. I've got to have the height.
That's open, correct?
Yes, sir. And I'm kind of looking at it from a lot of the buildings in my neighborhood. I'm not the tallest by any means, or the biggest. And that's unlike me. I like to have the biggest.
It was just a proposal. If it's open, I think you have plenty of room for a car lift if it's open to the ceiling above.
Yes, sir.
But it was just a question to try to get me to where I could be very supportive of it if we were closer to what the UDC would allow.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Hicks.
Thank you, Mayor. I motion we approve item 2 as submitted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman McMullen?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? Not, we'll take a vote. Okay, sir, that item passes 5-1. Okay, congratulations. Next item is item H3, and that is a public hearing, and that is to consider an ordinance approving a specific use permit for Aloha Nails and Spa on an approximately 0.77 acre tract of land that is located at 8825 Davis Boulevard, Suite 125.
So sorry.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay, so here we have the aerial map in terms of where this is located on Davis Boulevard, and also the zoning map. It's in the commercial zoning district. Aloha Nails and Spa will be the new name of an existing nail salon and spa known as D&T Nails and Spa at the proposed location. And so the name change is triggering the SUP. Services offered are the same that they have right now: pedicures, manicures, nail repair, and polish change. The business also offers waxing, facials, and eyelash extensions. You have a picture of the interior here. Operations are Monday through Friday, 10 to 7, Saturday, 9 to 7, Sunday, noon to 6. We do have an economic impact slide, and if I misspeak, I'm sure Ciali will be able to correct me, but there are currently 38 nail salons in Keller. 3 beauty nail salons are located along the Davis Boulevard commercial corridor. As a business providing non-taxable services, there's no change in the sales tax benefit with the name and ownership change, and also obviously not an ad valorem. On May 13th, the city mailed 22 letters of notification for this public hearing to all property owners within 300 feet. Public hearing notice sign was also posted on the site. We did receive 1 signed letter in opposition, and this one, like the other we discussed earlier tonight, did not give any details as to why they opposed it. This map shows you where that opposition letter came from. It's shown in red. They are outside the 200-foot buffer. It's in the 300-foot buffer, so it does not come into play in terms of calculating supermajority vote tonight, so it'll be a simple majority. The UDC states the following, and we've been through this several times tonight, so just a quick reminder: is it harmoniously compatible? Are the activities that requested normally associated with this base district? Is the nature of the use reasonable? Are there any negative impacts? If so, have they been mitigated? And are there any additional conditions specified to ensure that intent of the district is being upheld? May 24th, P&Z unanimously recommended approval of the SUP request. So again, it's to operate a nail salon spa as they are doing currently in the commercial zoning district. You may approve as submitted by the P&Z, approve with modifications, table the agenda, or deny the item. And the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Thanks, Julie. Does the applicant want to add anything to this presentation? No? Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Mr. Tashman? No? Okay, I guess not. We'll recognize a motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I motion we close the public hearing on item H3.
Thank you. Councilman McMullen?
I'll second.
Thank you. The vote? Public hearing is closed. Now for discussion. Any discussion, any questions for staff or the applicant? Julie, nothing about signage, correct? I'm assuming they're nothing's been proposed as far as signage?
No.
Okay.
They'll come in it separately with the sign application.
Right, and they haven't come to us as far as for the signage?
I don't believe so. I don't think we've, no, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll make a motion to approve item H3.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion, we got a second. Any additional discussion? Take a vote. Okay, and that item passes 6-0. Congrats. H4 is also a public hearing, is the last item, and that is to consider an ordinance approving an amendment to the City of Keller Unified Development Code that's adopted by ordinance number 1746, dated July 7th, 2015. That is by amending Article 3, definitions, and Article 8, zoning districts, development standards, tree preservation related to kennels, vet clinics, and grooming facilities. Julie?
So over the past year, we've received multiple inquiries from businesses interested in offering services related to the care, grooming, and boarding of animals. Also, very recently, the training of animals. The grooming one is the most common, and we don't have anything in our ordinance that specifically goes just to grooming. So in reviewing the existing UDC definitions and use charts, we found that pet grooming often combined with veterinarian uses. There was not a definition for grooming-only businesses. Kennels are currently allowed in all residential zoning districts, and that can be a challenge, especially outdoor kennels. And there was no definition for domestic animal, either in our ordinances or in an animal control. So if the council agrees to this definition and adopts it tonight, then that will also help out our police department with animal control. And they have approved of the definition, the proposed definition. Okay, I keep trying to use that, and it's not working. Let me go back to old school. Summary of proposed amendments. So we're adding a definition for kennels, grooming only. And the reason we're starting with kennels, that may look very odd, but what is really difficult for folks going through any kind of zoning ordinance is if things are named different things in different parts of the ordinance, then they'll miss part of them. So we're putting everything under kennels so that when you go to kennels, you will find everything that might possibly have to do with animals, all in K, all in one spot. We could have put it in grooming, but it seemed less intuitive because it doesn't take into account veterinarian services and other things. So we stuck them all within kennels. So that's why you're going to see things with kennels as a start of the definition. So in this case, we're proposing an establishment whose business is the cleaning, styling, and appearance, maintenance of animals, or the handling of animals in preparation for these services. No boarding or overnight stays are permitted. Modifying the existing definitions for kennels, indoors pens only, and kennels indoor and outdoor, or outdoor pens only. Right now, it doesn't differentiate, and I think we can all see the challenge of when you start talking about harmonious uses of the difference between outdoor kennels and indoor-only kennels. So also suggesting that we add a definition for veterinarian clinic with supplemental services. This is becoming more and more common for our vets here in town to provide guidelines for veterinarians that wish to provide additional services such as boarding, grooming, training, and daycare. Doggy daycare is a growing industry. Domestic animal, this is the definition I was referring to, means any animal other than livestock that lives and breeds in a tame condition, including but not limited to dogs, cats, small birds, domesticated hares, and rabbits, and other animals kept as pets. This is intentionally broad, somewhat broad, because if you start getting into what someone considers a pet, we have a planner who keeps snakes, and she considers them very much her pets, whereas some of us might not consider a snake a pet. However, would we really want to preclude her if she came in? So there's some flexibility in this definition in terms of what a pet is, and that's done intentionally. Otherwise, I think what you end up finding, I mean, Sarah and I found ourselves going down rabbit holes trying to name out all the pets, trying to be very specific. And then if you do that, the intention is that should you leave one off, for instance, amber snakes, then they're not covered, right? They don't come in under the ordinance. And so that's why it's written as it is. Certainly, council can do anything it wishes with the definition. We removed kennels from the list of allowed uses in all residential zoning districts. They were previously allowed by SUP. Adjusting the uses related to kennels and veterinarian clinics in all other zoning districts. So we wanted to show you where we have pet-related businesses. The stars are the grooming businesses here. And then you can see they're somewhat spread out in terms of where they are throughout town. But we were showing you, this is, of course, Old Town Keller. And depending on how we go with this, the tails and nails grooming would not be allowed in Old Town Keller on Main Street, but the commission is recommending that we push that to the neighborhood services side of things, which is where we have like chiropractic offices and other kinds of businesses like that. Diamonds in the Rough right now would be also in the same position. The caveat to that is that we have come to you guys about doing a north on Main Street overlay district, right, the NMOD district, and part of that driving is to try to take what is north of Keller Parkway out of Old Town Keller. We've discussed Duff's jewelry store in particular, can have a monument sign and those kinds of things. I would suggest that as we continue down that this type of use would be allowed in. So if we have done our homework correctly, the only businesses impacts in terms of if it were hit by a tornado and it couldn't come back would be the tails and nails grooming there on Main Street. And of course they're grandfathered down. So as long as they stay there and operating, then they can continue to do that. But there could not be another one that came in on Main Street. They could come into Old Town Keller, but it would have to be in the neighborhood services section. So an amendment to the text of the UDC requires a public hearing notice to be published in the local paper 10 days prior to the scheduled Planning and Zoning Commission date. Notices were published May 13th and May 29th in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram for P&Z and City Council public hearings. On May 24th, the Commission unanimously recommended approval of the UDC amendment as presented with minor modifications, including removing Katy Road as a permissible zoning district for all kennels, which I very much appreciated. That was an oversight by staff. Veterinarian clinics, and grooming-related businesses. City Council has the following options when considering a Unified Development Code amendment. You can approve as presented by P&Z, approve with modifications or additional amendments, table the agenda to a specific date with clarification of intent and purpose, or deny. And if you've got any questions, staff is here.
Thank you. All righty. This is a public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, or does any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I motion that we close the public hearing for item H4.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Beverly?
I second.
We'll take a vote. Public hearing is closed. Any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Julie, what is the purpose of the definition of domestic animal? Where are we using that and how? And I bring it up just because I don't know if you remember recently there was I'm going to say recently in the last year, a deadly venomous snake got loose in Arlington and hasn't been found. Probably dead by now, but
We had a tiger in Texas too.
yeah.
Walking Street.
So how are we going to be using that? Is that definition just purely for this kennel discussion, or is that going to be used more broadly for animals that are allowed in the city, or kind of what's the plan for that?
And the police chief can speak to this probably better than I, but the animal control ordinance is fairly detailed in terms of what types of animals are allowed in Keller, and so it does address both hoofstock and it doesn't have a definition for domestic animals. This would provide one, albeit somewhat broad. So that ordinance kind of takes care of the poisonous snake, I use tiger, and that's because it was extreme, but it's not unusual for people to take mountain lion cubs. I'll never understand that. Or those types of animals that actually end up being, oh my gosh, what do I do with this animal later? And so it takes care of all exotics and that type of thing. What we were trying to get to here is, the family member, right? And Amber would argue that her snakes are family members, but the family member dog that you want to have groomed or that type of thing, that's what we were trying to get to here.
Because my wife, right? She's got every animal underneath the sun. I mean, bees, horses, dogs. So,
Right. If my husband would allow me to have the horse come in and sleep with us,
Yeah.
she would, but I have been told no, so she can't.
Okay. All right, so it's really not going to be used for any way of prohibiting, things that are going to be brought into the city from an animal perspective. It's purely to be part of this process with kennels.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
There's no additional questions?
Thank you for that. So Sarah's pointing out that our definitions as they exist now, and in your package you've got a red line version in there, they kept referring to domestic animal, but we didn't have a definition for it. And so that makes our life pretty difficult in terms of people come in and say, I want to do X, Y, or Z, and we don't have any way of defining that. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman McMullen?
A really quick clarifying question to follow up on the Mayor Pro Tem. So the definition of domestic animal could be as broadly interpreted as maybe a tortoise.
I'm sorry, broadly interpreted?
As broadly interpreted as maybe a tortoise.
Yes.
Okay.
One that might have gotten out of someone's yard and comes to its name. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then big picture, I'm trying to gauge whether or not this is good for business or bad for business. To me, it seems like the spirit of what we're discussing is that we're trying to better clarify what is allowable and not allowable, and so it should make it easier for folks to operate.
Not just that, but right now, often we say we have no way of bringing you in because our ordinance just doesn't address it. So it does change what can come in as permitted by right and what comes in as an SUP. You have those use charts in your packet. And those change a bit from some of the uses we allow now, but our ordinance doesn't allow, for instance, the grooming only. There's nothing that has grooming only, and that's a fairly common business these days. And I think there's, for instance, Town Center, how many people do we see walk their dogs down here? And if they live down here, why would we not want to have a grooming facility available for them?
Okay,
right?
thank you.
So that was the real cause behind that.
Councilman Beverly?
So if someone, according to the new rules, so if someone has a kennel, they're not, for grooming only, they're not allowed to have board any animals overnight. If they do, what happens?
Then they become kennel indoor or kennel indoor and outdoor. There's a way for them to do that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's that other definition that we've clarified. Because we do, of course, and vets obviously have to have kennels. Most of them, even some of our large vets, only do indoor kennels. Some have outdoor, but most are just indoor only. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no additional questions, then we'll recognize a motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I motion that we approve item H4 as presented.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Juarez?
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? We'll take a vote. Old school fashion way?
Thinking about it.
Oh. That item passes 6-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that is it for new business. We do have some work session items that still need to go through, and then we also do have one executive item. So we'll take the work session back in the pre-council conference room and then do the work session there as well.
Alrighty, we'll go back on camera. And so just to kind of, where we were, D2 discussion, Marshall Point Ridge drainage. So we've heard now from Mr. Tashman, Alonzo, you're still with us. Was that the end of kind of what you wanted to share with us? Was there anything additional?
Yeah, yes, and I'm available for questions as we continue.
Okay, okay, perfect. Is Councilman Green going to be here with us today?
Yeah, he's coming. He's talking to a citizen.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, well with that, any questions from council for Alonzo? Or city attorney, city manager, anybody here?
I speak for myself. I just need to. I know we've had 7 years to think on it, but we'll look at it some more. And if you have any questions, I'll email. It's a lot of information to cover. It's been education.
But I think ultimately, Matt, what I heard you say, it's public. I mean, legally, you know, we can, as far as public improvements, they cannot be done on private property. I mean,
Correct.
Bottom line, and is that case law, statute? I mean, what, or is that UDC? What is that?
It would be state law and partly constitutional that public funds can be used for a private purpose. And
Okay.
So, and that's the main reason.
Okay. So I think, you know, for me, I understand the challenge. It's why, you know, wanted to make sure I met with Mr. Tashman, the neighbors. I sympathize with them. I think what the city's done at this point as far as trying to help and offer advice as we can within Alonzo's purview, you know, and I do like the aspect, the part that, you know, we're willing to see where public meets private, and if there's anything that we can do to improve that, then, you know, if you're looking for direction on that, I'm for that. But I think ultimately, at least where I stand, I think the biggest challenge is number one, obviously the legal hurdle, as Matt just said, but two, it's not only take legal aside, but it's the precedent that sets moving forward. As Alonso said, you've got hundreds, if not thousands of acres out there that this could potentially impact. So I mean, for me, that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't know if anybody else has anything else to add, but Mayor Pro Tem?
I live in the neighborhood, so I'm going to have to excuse myself from the discussion.
Councilwoman Juarez?
I have nothing to add.
Nothing.
I have no questions. I'm with Councilman Beverly. I need to still go through and absorb stuff, so I appreciate you guys being available to us if we have any further questions.
I thought you were going to say you live in the neighborhood too, and I was like, well, at this point, I live in the neighborhood. I take everything I said back. I live in the neighborhood. Councilman Green.
I've got concerns also. I think that there have been some precedents that have been set that open a door, maybe not all the way, but at least cracks the door. I'm able to see the apples to oranges equivalency. I was most concerned about how our representation was and asking the HOA to do studies and bring back to the city what it is they are asking us to do if we had no intent of doing anything. To me, that would indicate we were operating in bad faith. And I appreciate some of the clarification on that we weren't necessarily telling them, and I don't know that this is the case. What's been presented here tonight was that we weren't necessarily asking them to do studies, but it certainly seemed that way. So if we're going to indicate to any member of our community, if you will go do X, then we will do Y, and it's not our intent to even consider to do anything with Y, that's operating in bad faith, and that troubles me. So I want to dig into that a little further as to when that came up. I don't remember taking any action on it, and I was on council in 2017 and 2018, and I don't remember taking any action on that. So I would like to hear some more about that. You know, we are expending city money on private property. So I need to know how that doesn't fit your precedent. I need that explained to me a little bit more in depth. So I'm not at a position where I've processed it completely either, but I do have some significant concerns. I believe it's been indicated here, and I want to say, even though we're not interacting with the HOA at this point in the meeting, is to explore every civil opportunity or civil liability might be there. Taking Oak Hill into consideration, that was somewhat abandoned. I want to hear more on our inability to take action on property that is not complying, because just issuing a stop work order when it relates to drainage, I don't think takes us far enough. So I've got at least a dozen questions that I need answered from a legal perspective that doesn't even relate to the HOA, but relates to how we're going to handle things moving forward. This area is a natural problem. I went out there on site, and it goes from a very narrow channel to a broad open. So my question, Alonzo, is if nothing is done at this point, is it reasonable to say that at some point in the not too distant future, if we have rains like we've had within the last 5 years, that's going to flood homes in the area?
We'd have to quantify not too distant future. Okay. Eventually, if nothing is ever done, sure, there'll be enough sediment to pile up, and every channel will be less than what it was.
Okay. So and that kind of answers my question. I realize you can't pinpoint it, but I remember from geology classes in college that this is basically a flat area or a spanning area. It's kind of a lake or a pond with an open end, and ultimately it's always going to fill up with silt, and then we've got real problems. I saw pictures of, and I don't know what year rain that was, I can imagine, but where it was within a few feet breaching the sides. And when that happens, we're going to have a catastrophic event in our community. So I have a lot of questions. I'm going to write them up, see if we can't get answers to them. I want to encourage the HOA to seek legal counsel of what civil remedies they might have against other things that have happened. But ultimately, I agree that it is a development problem. Can't address at this point whether the right standards were set when the development was built. It seems evident to me that there was nothing left behind in the CCRs or direction from the developer on how to keep this problem from happening. And that troubles me, and I think needs to be a topic for future discussion by this body of what we do to make sure that any development that comes in the future is dealing with drainage with the future in mind. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Councilman
So I've heard at least 3 colleagues on council say that they have more questions. I've had a little bit more opportunity to dialogue with Mr. Tashman, and it's a really tough question. Because on one hand, I empathize with the situation of the HOA, but it is a private property, responsibility, at least on the surface. I do appreciate the opportunity, the effort that you've made, Alonzo, and the rest of the team at Town Hall to work with Marshall Point HOA, especially where, to me, it appears we're kind of going even beyond what we have to do. We're taking that extra step to find the intersecting points and work with the HOA. So, for me, I'm not sure at this point of view, it's almost premature for me to completely weigh in, because we have at least 3 colleagues on council that
have more questions. I want them to have the opportunity to do that. And but at this juncture, I tend to echo the mayor's sentiments. I think I have big concerns about precedent that's been set. I can distinguish Hidden Lakes from the Marshall Point HOA, but I also at the same time want us to continue doing and working with the HOA in the spirit that I know you have been, which is to, where if there's a reasonable opportunity to offer our expertise, then I sure would appreciate you doing that, because there's a lot of cities that I don't think would do that. I think they'd probably shut down the conversation, because one thing that hasn't been said is that when we reach out and we're proactive, sometimes no good deed goes unpunished, and we can naturally, whether right or wrong, assume liability that maybe we don't need to. But I think the spirit of the process is what I appreciate, the fact that you've been working with the HOA. I hope we keep doing that, and look forward to discussing it with y'all whenever you want. So,
can I ask one more question, Alonzo? You looked at the proposal that they had, the 600,000, and I'm not going to. I'll ask you later in writing, kind of your opinion of some of the components of that. But do you remember how much of that related to just pure excavation of removing dirt?
So the way the study was written, it did not itemize each of the activities. It summarized the east-west leg, the southern north-south leg, and then the northern leg. So it didn't divide it up as to this specific activity of turf, of high-velocity turf.
Okay.
It just packaged it all together.
Okay.
Which is why when I did my summary of what we could do or what's necessary versus nice to have, I was only able to do general categories, but couldn't put any cost to it.
Okay. I'll get with the HOA and see if we can get some answers. I think you know where I'm headed. Dirt's a very high value commodity, so have maybe some ideas that might help them. That's all I have.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure, so Councilman Beverly and Juarez, was it more so you need additional time?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Councilman Green said, and then Councilman McMullen, and for me, I'm learning a little bit about the legal side and what's acceptable or allowable state or constitutional law, but then also just trying to reconcile with, in my head, how we have 600 to 900 square acres, and the safety issue is important to me as well, not just the house is flooding. I'm trying to reconcile that and see if there's anywhere we can meet.
Okay, and that's basically where you're at, correct?
Yes, and can somebody remind me, when was Marshall Point developed? What year? I think we talked about this.
Like 2004?
I think it was 03, 04.
Two, maybe it started when it was approved, 3, 4, that sounds about
So
right.
somewhere early 2000s.
Yeah.
Might be a little closer.
I do think it's helpful context, because I've done a little bit of the math sometimes, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, or anyone else in the room, what I've seen HOAs do in these situations is you can take out a note, and if you calculate, I think probably high cost of $600,000 to remedy the problem and get the channel functioning, it's about 7,000, what we can call it 8,000 round up. We're in
Plus
inflationary
interest?
times. Huh?
With interest?
Yeah, so per household, so 78,000 plus interest per household. And that's a 10, 15-year note. So if you break it out, I mean, I've seen allotments where folks are hit with 30, 40 huge. I mean, there's a lot of statutes that play the statute of repose.
You're talking about a PIP though, is what you're talking about? About possibly?
No, I'm saying the HOA can go.
Sure, but I guess,
they
can't they do a PIP also? If they wanted to?
I'm not
pig?
sure.
Yeah, whatever it's called, yeah.
A pig, you have to get
yeah.
100% approval, and I can almost guarantee you're not going to get 100% approval.
Yeah, but they can't take it out.
Sure. Okay, so what I'm hearing, basically, there's no direction at this point to move forward one way or another, but I guess for my colleagues on council, just, obviously meet with staff, meet with residents at some point, whenever, just let me know when you want a discussion and we'll move it forward.
So this doesn't float in there. Do you want to say get back to you?
Yeah, no, just
within a month or
yeah,
so?
no, I mean, whenever you guys are ready, this is not a,
Can I ask one last question that hasn't been answered?
Huh?
Which was my opening question. Legally, can a city spend public money for the benefit of public use? So even though it's private property, I've heard you say city can't spend public money on private property, but when it's for the public benefit, can the city spend public money on private property for the public benefit?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
In this instance, no.
So I think at this point, that's where we're at. I mean, whenever folks on council, if there's two individuals that want to add it on, just let me know and we'll see where we can add it. But I mean, I get the sense that there's at least three that need to ask around a little bit more. So, okay. Alrighty. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tashman. And thanks, Alonso. D3, that is to discuss the fence ordinance and the food truck ordinance. And then we'll go back and do then D4, and then we'll go back and do the 5-year CIP. So discussion relating to the fence ordinance and food truck ordinance. I'll let Councilman McMullen start off with a fence ordinance he had requested for this time to be put. I agreed, so Ross, you want to take the lead?
Sure. Yeah. So hopefully can save a little bit of time depending on how much questions you have for staff or for me. So we had a homeowner ride in, had their fence in the same place for roughly 20-30 years. They replaced roughly 76% of their fence line, and then there were a few hiccups along the way. They didn't pull a permit to start out, which they own that mistake. Should have pulled a permit. But for the sake of time, fast forward, because of the provisions that we passed, a fence that has been in the same spot for 20-30 years now has to be brought in to meet the setback requirements. And my philosophy, and this is because there's a number of policy solutions, we can get into the weeds and the details if you want. I've researched South Lake's code a bit. I have ideas on what we could do to make a really minor change to the UDC. But big picture question is, if a homeowner has a fence line in the same spot for 20 or 30 years and they're complying with material provisions, so the same materials, do you think that they should be allowed to keep their fence where they have it? That's the policy question. There's a number of ripple effects that come from that. Me personally, I obviously believe that, well, maybe it's not obvious, but I believe that if you like your existing property line and fence line, then you should be able to keep it. Common sense dictates to me that if it's been the same spot for 20 or 30 years, not doing harm. So that's the policy question. I don't have a flashy presentation for you. Really just kind of preliminary before we spent gobs of staff time or anything like that. I wanted to take your pulse and see if you think it's even worth exploring and worth the discussion, because I'm one of 7. So if you don't think it's worth the discussion, then we should pause. If you do think it's a policy question worth researching and digging into, then that would be clear direction for us to spend a little bit more time on as a council and as a team here at Town Hall.
Can you remind everyone in the group what happened instead of being able to keep their fence? What did they have to do?
Could we
Yeah,
provide
so they
some
have-
context generally? I mean, I was
That's
just,
what I'm saying, the context
So-
in the story.
well, meant to the ordinance.
Yeah, so if you replace more than 60% of your fence line, then our code requires any new fence construction that goes over 60%, or any fence construction that goes over 60%, to meet the new regulations and requirements. So for me, 60% is kind of arbitrary. What if you go to 65%? It just, it's all over the map. It's hard, it's a little bit ambiguous and I would imagine a little bit tough to enforce sometimes. But I'm trying to give it the most basic kind of overview that I can in a relatively unbiased manner.
So let me back up a little bit. The fence ordinance that we're talking about was actually was brought to us by a council member. The request was to look at this in terms of replacement. And let me back up a little bit further, because an earlier ordinance had come up with the 60%, which it's only arbitrary in that it's a threshold. What's not arbitrary about it is it also matches our 60% for structures. So if a structure is destroyed 60% or more, and we measure that off of tax value, then it is no longer grandfathered. So if a structure is grandfathered today and it's destroyed by fire, which is the usual thing that happens to us here, but it could also be a tornado or a flood, then it has to come back and meet all of the current codes. And so that's why 60% was also chosen for fences, just to match that. It's arbitrary and it's a number, but it does match other numbers that trigger garden grandfathering. So I just wanted to share that. The concern about the fence in question, well, so a council member came to us, and that person also had, there were other council members that were concerned about this. Right now, old fences in town, you'll often see the fences immediately on the sidewalk. So when you're walking, sidewalk and fences, right adjacent to the sidewalk, there's not a space. And the concern is that, and usually in those neighborhoods, these are older established neighborhoods, the sidewalks are narrow anyway, they're not as wide as we would require today. And so the concern is that you're walking your child, most of us of course would walk on the street side with our child next to the fence, and if there's a crazy dog behind the fence, I'm sure we all kind of have that same gut reaction, and the child has a stronger gut reaction to that. And typically now that fence is set back off. If you were to build a new subdivision, that fence is not on the sidewalk, it's back off that sidewalk. And so council looked at that, decided that it would make sense to have that come off the sidewalk 4 feet to give some space. It also helps because these sidewalks tend to be narrow in these older established neighborhoods to walk around without stepping into the street, and also without pouring a wider sidewalk. So that was the reason behind that policy choice then. What happened was these folks did build a fence without a permit. They didn't come in to us for a permit, or we could have shared this with them. And so they took their old fence down, put a new one back up right
What's
where
the whole fence?
it was, 76% of it.
Yeah, well, that's a key, because if it was new construction, that would be a completely, if it was a complete entire replacement. So sorry to interrupt, but that's an important part.
It still required a permit, right?
Sure.
So if they'd come in, we could have said, you'll need to put this fence, 4 feet off of the sidewalk on the street side. So then they came in and applied for a permit, but they wanted a variance to that 4-foot requirement. They went to ZBA, and in the meantime, because of where this particular house is located, we changed it for vision clips and other things, and it would have been 25. But staff said to ZBA, hey, we recommend 4 feet because that was what was in place when they did the fence to start with. ZBA adopted that position and ruled that they could have their fence 4 feet off. They didn't have to go 25 feet off, which was the brand new regulation, but they did need to put it 4 feet off. They did not appeal that ZBA decision, and so the ZBA decision rested. We haven't enforced that ZBA decision because Councilmember McMullen wanted us to review that policy, and so that's what's brought us here today.
So the only thing I would add would be, for me, when I voted on that provision, the spirit, the legislative intent of 60% was to allow folks to maintain their existing fences. And so the real practical implication of moving your fence in 4 feet or 25 feet has a different impact on every lot. This is an 8,400 square foot lot. I would make the same argument for an SF36 lot. So I'm looking at it from a citywide perspective here. It just so happens that the impact is particularly bad. I would surmise that the owner would lose at least one of their gates. They've lived here in Keller, former Keller police officer, trying to do the right thing the right way. And so, I can tell you why I voted the legislative intent of that 60% provision, because why not just require everyone who maintains their fence at all to just comply with the new requirements. For me, it was, I wanted to be as flexible as we could as a city to allow for owners to maintain existing fences. So that's the only thing I would add.
So I voted on that as well. And the 60%, while it does appear to be arbitrary, I think it was our best judgment at that time on what percentage we as a group felt would be maintaining your fence versus, quote, replacing your fence.
Sure.
And so I think that we're never going to create an ordinance that's going to accommodate 46,000 residents. And I don't see any need to change it. He went to ZBA. He could appeal the ZBA decision. And so that's where I would be, Russ.
Sure. Yeah, so you all know that you have to, I think you have to appeal a ZBA decision to court.
District court, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, just make sure everyone's...
I will share, Councilman Mullen had asked, so since November of 2021 to present day, we've had 195 permits reviewed. And of 195 fence permits, we had 12 total denials, most related to drive gates. And yes, we will have a fence ordinance amendment related to drive gates coming your way after we get some other things done. But that's on the list. Alonzo and I are actually working on that because they're triggered by the type of road that they're on. But of those 12 that were denied, let me see here, we had 3 permits based on the 4-foot setback. Those folks resubmitted and put the fence back on the 4 feet instead of on their property line. So out of the 195, that's what we've had today.
Councilman McMullen, looking at other cities, what were you thinking in your head would be more acceptable than 60 or better for the citizens?
I was just trying to go with the legislative intent because I've talked to other another council member who seemed to indicate they would make some significant modifications to the fence ordinance as well. And for me, so going to the Mayor Pro Tem's point about legislative intent, I think we should be more forgiving towards our residents, and not what I would argue is punitive. I think other folks would use a different word. Maybe there's a better word for it, but it certainly feels punitive when you're the homeowner. So for me, I would there's a couple options. One, it would take a lot of time. We could rewrite the whole fence code and do an analysis of cities like South Lake, because I've studied South Lake. It's not that hard to do. The other option would be to increase the percentage. What's a reasonable percent? I mean, I think if the intention is to give existing owners the ability to maintain their fences, as this family was doing, then I would increase it to 90%. Because the chances of someone coming in and replacing 91% but not 100% are a lot lower than someone replacing 61% of their fence. Oops, you went a little bit too far. So, but the question tonight isn't so much, what do you think the right percentage is? It's not, even particularly how would you vote on the issue. It's, do you think it's worth exploring and researching further? And for me personally, I just didn't want to spend a lot of staff time or city time or my own time on this. If our message to owners in this situation is, well, tough as luck is, tough luck, as an old professor of mine used to say, then so be it. That's the will of the council. For me, I think it's worth exploring.
Are you going around? Or?
No, I'm just looking around. I mean, trying to see if you guys have absorbed it. I happen to live in the neighborhood, so I'm going to recuse myself.
He's been waiting all night to
say
that.
Yes, I don't know where
I live in the city, so I'm recusing.
I live everywhere. Councilman Beverly, anything else to add?
Yeah, I have a strong opinion on fences. I actually am more inclined with Councilman McMullen personally. I know staff probably won't like to hear this, but I generally, whether it's 90, 85, I like to give deference to the homeowner. I remember when I first came on council, I heard some horror stories of, a storm knocking down, if it was more than 65% of their fence, and having to get permits to redo it. And I get there's reasons historically why we do things, but for just my 2 cents, I actually am leaning your way. Leaning, but strongly.
Let me just share this with you. And Councilman McMillan knows this. And this is not a sarcastic suggestion. Yeah. This is a sincere suggestion. Staff would prefer that you just not regulate it and go and just say, then if you have your fence and you're replacing it, then you can do that and you don't need a permit. And here's why. Once you start hitting 85% or more, I'm going to have to send staff out to measure that, because you're getting down. Now we're down to 10 or 15%. Whereas when someone puts up a new fence, and we can tell because it's not staying, it hadn't been sitting out in the sun. You can usually tell when somebody's put up a brand new fence. You can do a quick glance.
And it's the same materials? That's what you're saying, if it's the same materials and all that?
Materials aside.
That's Julie, in our discussions, you actually, after you made that point to me, you said, actually, how would we, and it was a good brainstorming question.
But the challenge will be materials.
Right.
And so the one material that people will tend to want to replace an existing fence with in terms of that material will be chain link, and we don't currently permit chain link other than vinyl clad for things like sports courts and dog kennels that are interior to a yard.
Yeah.
But for perimeter fencing, we don't allow chain link fence, so that would be the one big.
It might,
And then vinyl is limited. You know, where
folks have to come in to get a permit if they're doing over 8 linear feet anyway, is that right?
in terms of a new fence.
For a fence permit application, if they're
Yeah,
gonna
but
modify.
if they're doing maintenance, if they're maintaining it, 60% is the trigger. Otherwise, it's considered maintenance. So, and that's why they were allowed to use the same thing. So, from a staff standpoint, it really will increase our workload. And also, I do need to know when someone comes in and goes, well, you know, I'm replacing my gate, but you're not making these people get a permit. Why do I have to get a permit? You know, that's going to be.
What's the virtue of it?
That's going to be a tough thing. So I think if we're up at that high end, then why? I mean, if the council's thing is, you know, that it's, then why make them get a permit at all?
I guess I'm just bumfuzzled, Julie, because on our website it says all new and replacement of 8 linear feet or more of an existing fence require a fence permit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ross. Yes, you're right. It's grandfather trigger. I'm sorry. It's been a long time.
The reason I ask is
you're correct. That requires a permit, right? So that would get a hold of your materials if that's what you were concerned about.
Yeah, and I'm very sensitive to the staff requirement, but the way I read our regulations is we already have to require, based on the current code, a permit if we're replacing more than 8 linear feet.
Right, but we have folks that, like these people that you're talking about, that build fences without permits. And so for us to go out, I mean, it was easy to drive by that fence and go, yeah, that one is, you know, more than 60%.
Well, it's kind of the same argument with the 8 linear feet, though. I mean, it's pretty easy to see whether or not it's more than 8 linear feet. So I guess for me, it doesn't, the argument that this is going to require more staff work doesn't make sense, because if we're already requiring 8 linear feet or more, you have to get a permit. That addresses the materials issue, and it kind of negates the staff time. I guess I'm lost.
Depending on where the 8 linear feet is, that's true. If it's where we can see it, that's true.
Where are y'all?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't think it's worth addressing. I mean, we spent hours on fence ordinances and made multiple changes in my 4.5 years on council, so.
Councilman Ward?
I haven't thought this much about fences in a while. Since I replaced mine, I had to come get a permit. I mean, I see the argument, and I'm sensitive to what Ross is saying about somebody's private property and how they're, you know, that's their property. Well, and I don't think I understood what happened with that family. So are they in trouble?
Well, they've got a court order, a quasi-judicial, the ZBA is a quasi-judicial body. And so they have an order from them to move the food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've already rebuilt it in where it was?
Yeah, they built it without a permit.
Okay, it costs a lot of money.
I mean, I'm also sensitive to that fact. I mean, there's reasons why we have permit requirements. So,
which is why
I don't have 100% commitment on either side yet, but I'm thinking through it. And what is if they were going to appeal? How long do they have? Or I assume we're past whatever.
Yes, we are.
Days is like a 30-day thing. 60
right,
days.
and they, you know, we make sure they're aware of that. The ZBA the chair does a really good job of telling them. It's in our letter to them in terms of, you know, because we have to send them a letter that it's a form letter for, you know, that Matt's given us that says this is the ruling and this is if you want to appeal it. Here's the process.
In their defense, though, there was some correspondence between myself, staff, and the owner. Whereas they didn't sit idly by and just blindly let the deadline expire. There was a lot of guidance from myself, city staff, that if I were in their shoes, I would have been like, okay, I'm going to pause until I have clear direction. These aren't folks that are trying to circumnavigate the law. These are folks that are trying to follow the rules. In fact, I've even offered to...
even though they built the fence without a permit.
That's correct.
Without a permit, and why did they appeal then if they knew what the rule was?
Logic breaks down a little bit there.
Yeah. I mean,
well, you guys told me the last time you haven't gone on a state road or a road and accidentally gone 1 mile per hour over. I mean, I think that the spirit of what they're trying to do is follow the code. They've offered to, you know, work with the city. That, you know, so.
But why didn't they appeal?
So are we talking about changing fence code, or are we talking about one case?
Yeah,
for me, it's changing fence code. This is just the
Well, that's not gonna impact this.
It will.
If we, so you're wanting to take it back retroactively?
No, so Matt, I don't know if you've had a chance to look into it. When I talked to to Stan, the essence of what he said over in our correspondence was, of course, as a body, as a city council, we cannot overrule a singular ZBA determination.
Correct.
But we can change our policy, and if the majority of council believes that the policy should be changed or changes the policy, then as a city, we then do not have the obligation to enforce the ZBA's ruling.
Because it's a new rule.
Is that?
Of course, we've
Well,
issued permits for
that's-
three, we've issued permits for three that, I mean, you know, we denied first, and then they resubmitted and built those fences 4 feet off. Since then, I mean, that's it. So is it retroactive to those as well, is my question. I mean, we made them do that.
Okay, so, sorry. The question is,
Compound question.
can you ask your question again?
Well, it was actually I think Councilman Green's point. He said, well, it doesn't impact this situation at all. And I posed that same question to Stan, Mr. Lowry. And I said, you know, Mr. Lowry, in this situation, under these circumstances, if we change the code, is the city required to force the ZBA, or, you know, force compliance with the ZBA decision?
Right.
And the answer was, because we're not overruling the specific ZBA determination, no.
Right, I agree with that, and so when you change the ordinance, that's gonna be prospective, but that kind of gives staff, you know, direction on how to handle that particular case. So, you know, I don't, have there been citations issued or?
Well, originally, because they
Okay.
built it without a.
Yeah, right, yeah,
And I don't-
and rightfully so. I mean, but so if there are citations, you know, then the prosecutor would have the option to dismiss it or prosecute it. I mean, you can't go back and change what happened, but prospectively, you know, we can handle it based on.
And I don't know if we got to a citation, Matt. I'd have to go back and look, because they did, after the fact, they did submit a permit. And I just don't know if we gave them a final notice or if it was at citation. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Can you look that up on records?
I'm curious more about the ordinance. I mean, I feel sorry for the family, and if they're affected, if we choose, but yeah, I'd just be curious, you know, the ordinance.
Councilman Green?
Well, it sounds to me like we're wanting to, because we just went through an update to our fence ordinance a couple years ago. And it sounds to me like we're wanting to revisit all of that for a single case. I question the wisdom of that kind of counsel. I feel for the people, and matter of fact, I philosophically am wanting to see us embrace more of a code that deals directly with Keller. I think we've taken a course that, and I'm going off topic a little bit here, but I think we've taken a course that we want to adopt codes that have been adopted in New York, California, and apply it carte blanche to Keller. And I think that's antithetical to the kind of community we are. I feel for this family. I don't know, you know, I have a lot of questions about the particular case, and that's why I was trying to distinguish. Are we trying to deal with one case, or are we trying to deal with a code issue? Because if we're going to deal with a code issue, then I think we need to do it in light of the community we live in, and make our codes very specific to Keller. And I think that takes more work. So I'm philosophically of the position that if our codes are burdensome to our community, then we need to take a look at them. And if that's the case here, then I am in agreement that we need to look at it. I'm not sure that is the case here. What I see here is someone who built a fence without a permit, and that happens quite often, even by fence companies who don't want to take the time to, or either are ignorant of the fact that most cities have fence permit requirements. So I think that sets a bad precedent. But if we're talking about making sure our codes are philosophically focused towards our property owners, and I'm in favor of it.
Well, to your point, Councilman Green, that's why I posed the question that I did, because for me, I couldn't entertain a discussion about the UDC changing it if it was a one-off. So, I agree.
So for me, I understand the challenge, and so I'm a little bit on both ends, but I think I'm okay with having, whether it be you, Councilmember McMullen, that wants to take a look at maybe surrounding cities or staff, but I think I'm okay with additional discussion, but I'm more of the opinion that it's either, kind of to what Julie said, it's either basically grandfathering what you see existing as opposed to picking a number, because I don't, 85, 90%, it becomes arbitrary. So it's either just get rid of it and have it be grandfathered to existing fencing, or maintaining it as is. And so that's where I'm at. But so I think if the question is ultimately, if the intent was add this to a work session to see kind of the temperature of whether or not there's a purpose for another additional meeting, whether it be in July or August, I'm okay with having that additional discussion. But I probably would not be inclined to supporting a number put on it, just because I think that gets a little too arbitrary. So,
Mayor, and I would very much appreciate it if we could push that to September, maybe even into October. We have quite a few work sessions already lined up for you over the next 2 months. We're down a staff member. It would be, because when you do the kind of comparison that you would like us to do on something like this, which is look at our sister cities and see what they require on these kinds of things,
Research time.
It takes some time.
And I think what Tag was saying was correct about it, and I think we did do good due diligence. And we took a lot of input in, and there's a lot of people that are obeying this, 190 something, for 1 or 2 people that are not. Otherwise,
it, but I want it changed.
But if we don't, otherwise, go back to how we used to, is that we didn't regulate fences. That's fine. But then you can't come to us and as staff and say, well, this one's complaining, they don't like it against the sidewalk, they don't like it this way. And what we had to do, unfortunately, through all those hard times of sitting through all those meetings, I felt so bad for you all, was because we were trying to respond to, trying to make everyone happy. And you can't do that. But it was time that we needed a fence ordinance in inspections, because they were all over the place. They were in people's other yards. They were in drainage easements. They were right up against the curb. So we had to do that, and now we're facing, it's correcting, but it's taking some time, and it's getting some people upset.
well, part of that discussion too was, I think we didn't want the fences directly up against
the sidewalk, because we like our trails and our sidewalk.
The scary dog argument.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the site view too was another reason.
Right, that was
why.
the other thing I think
And we went through all that.
Right.
My big thing's materials, like I would want, but yeah, we can.
So when we voted on it, to me that made sense and I think it was Alonzo that made a presentation of as far as site view and all that. I mean, that makes sense. So for me, it's just either one or the other. Either we just do away with it entirely in the sense that just let people have what they have, and that's the case, excluding new build, or keep it the way that we have, because as you indicated, I mean, people are abiding by what we currently have. So
Can I ask a question, sir? So just to clarify, so you're saying by September, October, just after the budget and all that stuff?
Well, the budget, I'm afraid, falls on Aaron's lap, but what you got.
But I mean with everything else.
Yeah, what you all have in front of you are short-term rentals, which frankly is a more pressing issue from staff's side of things. Accessory dwelling units, also a hugely pressing deal. And there's a few others that you had asked for us to do now for probably 6 months, Mayor, and we're trying to chip away at them. Kennels was one tonight, so we can now check that one off the list. But yeah, so we've got, and if you would like, I can send you that list, and you can say, we can reorder these now. SDRs is already.
Gone for P&Z.
Well, it's gone to P&Z work session wise. It's coming to you as a work session next, after Stan blesses it, because with his background in Grapevine, I want to make sure he's good with what we're proposing. I have his 40-page paper, which I read before I drafted this, so I think we're going to be good, but I don't want to take it to you in a work session until I know that the city attorney is good with it. So that's where we are there. And then the next one we need to tackle after STRs is ADUs, accessory dwelling units. They kind of go hand in hand, but STRs, believe it or not, are easier to deal with because they're so limited in terms of what we can regulate than ADUs. But we need to get to ADUs as well. So those are complicated. The other thing that I promised you is follow up on InMod, because, you know, you've asked for a structure in terms of how we're going to, a framework in terms of how we're gonna work through that, and I haven't brought that back to you yet either.
I mean, I'm okay with that timeline. I don't see an immediate, I haven't gotten emails, you know, at the door about, I've gotten more emails about short-term rentals and things like that, so.
I just would make one comment, and this is my final comment on this issue. I've gotten 0 emails about kennels. We just reviewed and approved the kennel, and I thought it was a good policy, so I was happy to support it. I think as a body, we have to be willing to periodically, we're elected to represent people. And as much as I appreciate the due diligence of our staff, we're elected to represent residents. And so I think every once in a while, there's nothing wrong with revisiting ordinances that have been passed. And so I appreciate your willingness to look at this ordinance because, you know, yeah, some of it is heavy lift. It wasn't easy to go research what the site triangle provisions were in South Lake's ordinance, but I did that because I wanted to educate myself. I just think that's the job we're elected to do. So appreciate you all being willing to take the time on this because I think it's really important to our residents, even if we're not being overwhelmed with emails. We put a random question out in the community today and said, if you want to keep your fence where it's currently at, would you agree or disagree? You can tell me the numbers. I mean, there's more politicians in this room than just me. You can tell me what the numbers would be on that. I bet you Keller residents would say, I want to keep my fence exactly where it's at today. So.
Well, but that's not a fair question, Ross. That's not a fair survey. Because the vast majority of fence owners in the city are in compliance and are where they're supposed to be. And no, I wouldn't want to move my fence. I'm not at risk of this. So I don't think that's a fair way to put the question out. I think your original premise is a good way to look at it, is yes. And I personally, I don't care what South Lake does. I want to make sure our codes and our ordinances are focused on Keller, the kind of community we are, and the kind of community we want to be. And so that's why I'm in favor of looking at these codes to make sure that they are consistent with that.
To get to that, I want to make sure I understand, just because fences, as those of you who have had the pleasure before know, we can run down many a rabbit hole with fences. And so I'd like to make sure I know exactly what I'm looking at. One of the things you threw out there was new build, except for new build. And one thing you have to think about with that is we're going to have this as you're going down the street.
It sounded so good when I said it.
It did. It sounded really good. It sounded simple, right?
But no, I get that.
Yeah, these things are never simple. So if you guys can, and even if you, I mean, you can tell me, you know, we've got a bit of time, but if you can provide me a framework in terms of what that research, what I need to be looking at.
Yeah. So I mean, I think as to that, I don't know if you're looking for the input, that type of input, but in my mind, it'd probably be more if it's a new development, you know, a neighborhood that's a subdivision that's new, you know, that, to me, that would make sense. So it's not, you know, you've got an old fence up the next new fence and it's, you know.
So I'm not just looking at grandfathering clause then?
Well, but that's what we looked at the first time, is what do we want our community to look like going forward? And picking a point, and I don't think it was just arbitrary. And I agree that the number 60% seems arbitrary. I agree with what Julie said. But we looked at, I mean, literally hundreds of fences through our community, and to try to arrive at something is, how do we want our community to look? And I think that's what we're charged with. So I think if we're going to ask a question like that, it's, do you see fences around Keller that you think are detrimental to the value of the community, value of the neighborhood, etc.? And I think if we turned the question that way, we would get some yes answers. So that's what we did when we went through the fence ordinance last time, was look at specific fences. Here it is. Here's what it looks like. Our current code doesn't require anything here. And we end up with a very poor looking community that way. So philosophically, I'm still in line that we should look at our ordinances to make sure they're conducive to Keller and the kind of community we want to be. And that's the point here, is to just blanket take everything out. then that means you gotta live with whatever people wanna do as a fence, regardless of what it makes the rest of the community feel.
So, let's, this is, it's, you can never, it's a tough one, yeah. So I mean, I think maybe September, you know, once you guys get past these things,
Okay,
some of these things.
Email
what
some
is it that
guidance
I
on our
want?
questions, yeah.
Please, what is it that you want me to look at?
I'd like to write it down. I'll go.
But, no comment to answer your question, though, just to provide an answer. I would like to know what options we have for grandfathering fences.
Yep,
And is that a good fit for Keller?
Okay, that I can do.
I'm gonna have to email you because mine are somewhat unrelated to that, but I'll email them because I don't know if it's a waste of time.
Okay, thanks.
Simple to
Thank
understand
you.
policy solution.
Okay, got it.
Thanks, Julie.
Sure.
The next item, maybe this one we can go a little quicker. The food truck ordinance, and this was my doing, so you can yell at me. I know. I think the intent, when we passed the food truck ordinance not too long ago, I think the intent behind that, really it kind of started with the whole, we wanted to incentivize food truck operators and those type of businesses to the city of Keller. And I think what we may have inadvertently have done with the creation of the permitting and what's happening with inspections is I think it's making it tougher. I've had it at this point, and I agree with, we don't want to address one-offs, but at this point I probably have maybe half a dozen or so since we've implemented this, which wasn't too long ago, vendors reach out and say, hey, it's making it tougher. We had an email, one of them was Texas Ice Cream, so he sent an email and I think it was addressed to mayor and council, so I thought he did a pretty good job of kind of explaining his background, the trends, and then some of the things that are happening in Tarrant County. So for me, ultimately, if it becomes a burden on small businesses here in the city and mobile vendors and that type of thing, and I think in this case, what's the issue, if I had to summarize it, is you have one city, for example, Keller, requiring certain things, but then it's not necessarily required by Tarrant County. Then you got North Richland Hills that may have a different standard, and so that's becoming difficult for a lot of these operators.
Can I clarify that just
Sure.
a little bit? Tarrant County's role in food trucks for cities that don't have environmental health code enforcement, basically, right? We have environmental health is a separate branch from code enforcement officers. It requires separate certifications, etc. Yeah, exactly. And for instance, Flower Mound has that in-house, or at least they did when I was there. We don't. So if we don't have that, we don't inspect restaurants here, in-house. That is on Tarrant County. So are food trucks on Tarrant County. So the only thing that Tarrant County is looking at is to make sure it complies with that.
Right.
And so and then it doesn't do the fire inspections. And that was the one thing that I think maybe got missed on the email, is that inspection doesn't happen at Tarrant County's level.
Right. So I think ultimately for me, I'd prefer to go back to the way things were, with the exception of the food truck courts. I think that there is a place for us to be inspecting and permitting if it's a food truck court. But I don't want to, for example, if you're an operator in, pick a city, Watauga, and you're wanting to come and do business in Keller, you have to go through a permitting process that the fee portion is, I think it's $50, so that's
For instance, North Richland Hills fee is $250.
Right, so that's not the challenge, but I think it's the inconsistency in some cities requiring certain things where other cities may not. And so I'd rather just, in my opinion, make it easier, because I think at the end of the day, the essence was, we wanted to make this, the question when we first brought this item up was, what can we do to entice and incentivize food truck vendors? And if I've got half a dozen in the last month and a half that we've implemented saying, hey, you've actually made this more difficult for us, then to me that was never the intent, or at least why I wanted to support the issue. I'm okay with food truck courts. But
So the other part of that was to incentivize them and also to be able to answer and give some direction to food truck operators, because we get questions all the time, and our ordinance was silent, didn't say anything.
Sure, I would have just said, then in that case, I would just say, hey, just buy whatever standards Tarrant County has set forth.
Well,
if
we've
there are
had
standards.
food truck inspections
Sure.
as part of the fire code since 2015.
So they have to
It was a
get that.
COG amendment to the ICC, and I drafted you guys some information for you to just review some history, and some statistics.
Sure.
But between 2011 and 2015, there were 21 food truck explosions that caused 2 people to die and dozens injured. So the
Where, in
ICC
Tarrant County or?
no, in the U.S.
Okay.
And so the
21
ICC.
in the U.S.?
I'm sorry.
21 in the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay.
So the ICC looked at those numbers and drafted a change to the code for the 2018 cycle. And that's where they instituted the propane tank inspections. Because the explosion in Pennsylvania was as a result of the propane tanks. And it turns out that roughly 68% of the incidents have to do with propane tanks.
So the inspections that Tarrant County is doing twice a year, which I believe are unannounced, are in reference to what?
They are looking at their public health.
Okay.
They're not doing anything
Okay.
with fire and life
Okay.
safety.
And what does state law say about the type of safety devices you need to have within a food truck? Does state law
The
speak to that?
state doesn't specify, the International Fire Code and the National Fire Protection Association.
Okay,
the
so when
codes that we
Tarrant, so
adopt.
when you go to Tarrant County, if you're a vendor, you go to Tarrant County and say, hey, I want a permit, what does Tarrant County require?
They're looking at your refrigeration, your ability to heat food. They're not looking at your life
So I
safety
think,
systems.
so I think ultimately for me, it's, if it's good for Tarrant County, in my opinion, it's good for me and Keller. Bottom line.
But it
That's how-
doesn't meet the
that's how
fire
I-
code.
I get it, but Tarrant County's meeting something.
But
So
Tarrant
what
County's
standard
only
Tarrant County's
looking at
meeting?
food.
Yeah,
They're not responsible for safety,
For the
life
safety
safety
of the-
issues.
So what are other cities besides the Northwestern Hills, Arlington, Fort Worth, what are those cities doing then?
They're-
Permitting their
they're
food trucks.
Permitting food trucks.
And
I don't
doing the
know what
fire
their
inspections.
inspection process is, but if they are under the 2018 code or the 21 code, then what they enforce, we can't control what other cities enforce. If they adopt it, then they should be enforcing it.
My concern in this area is like we have a food
Okay,
truck, they're using
so-
gas or propane and heaven forbid there be an accident. That's what I worry about. And I hear restaurants have more onerous requirements, but.
Well, but
They're
a
different.
But a
But
food
different,
truck-
no, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm
but a
just saying,
food truck
I
is a mobile
like
restaurant,
safety.
is what it is, and they're also required to have that every 6-month
I
inspection.
was agreeing with you, I like this.
Yeah.
One is to keep you from getting
Right.
No, so
salmonella.
for, yeah, so for me,
And the
you
other
know,
one is to keep you from blowing up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I
Yeah.
don't, when we have kids out there 4th of July, I don't wanna explode.
So Hearst
Right.
requires a fire inspection every 6 months. Southlake requires an inspection every 6 months. Westlake,
It's driven
are they
by
all
those
requiring
building
permitting?
codes.
I don't know if they're requiring permitting. Ours wasn't really a permitting process. We didn't charge for it. We
Sure,
just did
so
their
my
inspection.
understanding is that we're now, the
the
inspection is a separate
permitting,
issue, but my
yes.
understanding is that the permitting,
Is
there's not
what's
many,
driving the
it's what's driving the issue,
frustration.
because what's happening is, we have our own set of requirements for you to get a permit within the city of Keller.
Sure.
Whereas maybe the city of Southlake does not have the same requirements. So what's happening, for example,
True for every permit.
sure,
Right.
so what's happening, you know, and with what I've heard from some of these vendors is, hey, listen, I'm not being required by these other cities to do some of the things that you guys are requiring, so what's happening is I'm going out and having to purchase certain material, certain equipment, that maybe a lot of the other cities around me are not requiring.
That's not, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
If they are under, and I want to say that of all of our regional neighboring cities, they're at least under the 2018 code.
And
So-
that's the code that's at least requiring.
Yes.
They don't want to be 2 cycles out because it starts
Right,
impacting
it
their
affects all kinds of things.
insurance
So
rate.
2018 is going to be the most, or the
Oldest.
latest code, the oldest
So
code.
all these food trucks having to submit to a inspection by every city they want to operate in every 6 months?
Yes,
Really?
yes.
What about the permit?
We,
Then I
answer
think
for
we should
permit.
adopt
We don't have it
something
on
that if
this.
they pass the inspection from another city, it applies.
I beg your pardon, sir?
If they have
Reciprocity.
passed an inspection by one of the cities
Or
that
county.
require that, then it applies here.
That's
There's
not,
county fire, but yeah.
no,
that's not how the, because they may have an amendment to their code that we don't have.
Okay, but
So-
I think it is very cumbersome to tell a business owner in something that we're saying we want to attract, that you've got to go around to every city and get inspected for the same exact thing This is the same problem with people that require registration of rental property. State property code already specifies, already deals with it. And then communities go out and say they want to be redundant of it. So if they've passed a code, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but the codes are tailored to each city, and that's the challenge. They're like building, it's like
That's my exact point.
Right. And therein lies the question of whether, okay, so you have international codes, of course.
Yeah,
and then,
international code is not what I want to talk about. 21 instances in a nation of 340 million people is not enough to change a code. Now, if there's something realistic that we want to do.
I would beg to disagree. I believe the people that died, their families would have something else to say.
And that's the card we always play.
So,
but I guarantee you, in a nation this size, I can name 2,100 other instances where we don't have a code where people have lost their lives because of things that have happened.
So the way to address that, Councilmember Green and Mayor Mazzani, if you two and the rest of your colleagues or a majority of the colleagues agree with that, we will need to amend our fire code and our building code. Which you can do. I mean, every city tailors its fire codes and its building codes.
And I think that's appropriate, and we should tailor it to our own community.
But until we amend that code, we have no choice but to enforce our codes.
Okay, you just
Oh,
amend
no,
it.
I'm not saying that we don't enforce it. I'm saying I was proposing a potential amendment to our code.
Understood.
And if we know the cities that are doing these inspections, and we want to look at what they're inspecting and be able to accept these other cities, and maybe there's some that we don't want to accept.
I think the obvious amendment would be if in the food truck ordinance would be if the food truck if they've been inspected by a city that's operating under the same code cycle we are, that would be the thing.
That's where I was
whether that's
headed.
2018, 2021,
Something
or
more
2020.
like
And they're enforcing the same thing. If they're enforcing
Yeah, and
the
it's
code
not,
as it's
and they
written,
haven't amended
and they haven't amended
the
it.
ordinance that as it applies to food trucks.
Right.
Then we can accept that inspection. I think that's a perfectly reasonable.
Because you can amend the code specifically as to
Yes.
this item, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
I
sir,
mean,
you can.
that to me, at the end of the day, that's kind of what I was looking for. And again, if that's how most of council feels like, that's what what I was looking for, because
That's a pretty straightforward amendment, and I think I think we could do that relatively quickly. I can't fathom that we would need work sessions at P&Z and whatnot to do that. Because really what the council's asking is that we honor other fire inspections that have been done by.
Yeah. If they are
Yeah.
under the same code cycle and they haven't made any amendments to the code,
That's a relatively
reasonable.
Yeah, that's a relatively easy amendment to make. If you would like us to do that, we can bring that. I mean, that's a pretty easy thing to bring forward.
Because I think, again, to me, ultimately, why this all even started, why we even had the discussion, was because we were trying to make it easier. And I think, I get what the intention, or why we said, okay, well, let's craft the ordinance, was you provide some clarity, and now you get clarity for staff as well to go out. But I think if there's something that we can fine tune, and maybe it's amending that particular
We could
thing.
do, I think that's pretty, I mean, if you all give us direction to do that, I can set that up for you pretty quickly. The good news is we do have 25 under our permitting system now. So we got.
and of the 25 that have applied, we still have three that are pending.
Okay.
And everybody's been, I haven't had any arguments, and David has done all the inspections, and he has not had anybody that has opposed. I mean, we never charged for our inspections.
Sure.
Our inspections were always related to life safety, and David's very good at that. And we haven't had anybody really argue
And
their
our
inspection,
permit
because
fee
it's
is
always
the
been
cheapest.
required. We've been doing it since 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So with
just
that-
two of us. I mean, I don't know.
With that, I
Yeah.
was gonna ask if that's
Anybody-
what you would like us to do.
You're okay, Council?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm okay with the, I'm gonna call it reciprocity, assuming.
Oh, that's a good way to
all the-
describe
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
all
that's
the
a good
right
way to
words.
describe
I got
it.
it from Councilman Green, but using that, your language around on the same code, no changes to the code. So.
Councilman Beverly?
Yeah, as long as it covers the safety, I'm good.
Okay. Councilman McMullen?
I will poll our neighboring cities and our COG cities, we are COG members, and ask
Okay.
what code they're under and what they're enforcing for their inspections.
Okay, as it pertains to this.
Does Fort Worth have a permitting process?
Theirs is very relaxed. Fort Worth does not adopt the COG amendments. they write their own amendments because of the size of the city.
Okay.
And I know they have a process, I'm not familiar with what it entails.
I think their permitting process for food trucks is actually more complicated than ours.
have
Is
their
this-
vendor CO.
Yeah,
Like they have a
it's completely
certain,
different.
Is this the 21 you're talking
No.
about? Oh.
No.
What is
Tho-
this?
Those are just, searches that I did online for food truck incidents, and those that popped up, there was no rhyme or reason. Some of them had links for the actual, explosions, so I provided the links if you'd like to look at the actual
No,
footage.
I'm just looking at sheer numbers here, and if this was the.
That was not the 21.
Okay. Well, this
21
appears to be
incidents.
more than 21.
Yes.
But not by many, but 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's
5 of
30
these are in Texas.
Correct.
So this, I think, needs to spark some communication with our state
Is that a fun?
representatives and senators that this is a new entity, because there hasn't been a problem in the past because a restaurant comes and locates in the city. Well, that's the city responsible for making sure it's safe.
Right.
These food trucks operate all over the region, and so there's no, and it's a fad that popped up, it grew like crazy, and I think this is something that needs to be dealt with in a state where
Well, and the
there
state
doesn't-
legislature looks at, particularly with fire inspections, because we have a state fire marshal's office, they govern all of our government buildings, our prisons, our state schools, et cetera. And any jurisdiction that does not have a fire marshal, they will send an inspector to. Food trucks, because they're mobile and generally reside in a city that they may or may not work in, 9 times out of 10, they're not gonna be inspected just for sitting in their driveway.
And that's kind of my point. I think that this needs to be something done at the state level, that this, I don't think this trend is going away. And
Certainly not.
And so I think there needs to be something done that we ought to talk to our state reps about, you know.
Like a state license,
Well,
or whatever.
Yeah,
State requirements
I'll
for
show
the-
them this list. Here's a list of just an easy search. 5 of those 30 are in Texas. That's disproportionate, so that's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
So-
Councilman McMullen, last one, but.
You know, I was a lone wolf vote, voted against the food truck regulations for a lot of these reasons. I mean, I think there's probably a better balance that we can find. I'm a little bit cautious to overly commit because I want to know what your research finds, right? So like if the premise is to make it easier for food trucks to do business in Keller, then, you know, I would need to know, okay, how many other municipalities do have a similar or identical fire code to us? I also have concern over the way it was discussed was that we were talking about food truck regulations and trying to incentivize food truck in food truck courts, but I also have concerns for the mobile vendors, right? Some of them are under different regulatory schemes where, you know, if you're a mobile salon, to use one example, if you are, you know, a mobile vendor that doesn't have propane on their truck or something like that, then they might have different circumstances that wouldn't necessarily make some of the life safety issues that you're
Correct.
bringing up as relevant. So I'd like us to just kind of look at this the way you framed it, but also try to be really practical. Not that we're not already, but think about some of these unique entrepreneurs out there and how can we reduce barriers for them. So that'd be my only request.
So it's interesting because we did look at that in round 1 on those mobile vendors and whether to bring them in or not. And like the hairdressers, for example, are great. That's actually a great example because some of the equipment they use gets really hot if it's not wired appropriately. And so that's why they got grouped in there. Happy to look at those again if you want to tell me what it is that, I mean, I'm assuming, you know, it was pretty clear direction from you all that you wanted to look at things that were concerning life safety. And if they didn't trigger a life safety look, then why are we messing with it? Well, part of it was to answer the questions about zoning and where can I go and where can I put my food truck, which is those are the main questions we get, you know, from vendors. So the ordinance does do that, but then in terms of the inspections, it was life safety. So I was hoping that we had done that in round 1, but if you feel like we need to revisit that, then just, if you want to.
I guess what I hear in the room is just like, let's narrowly tailor the regulations to life safety issues only. I think I'm repeating what you're saying. Some of them I just, you know, so happy to work with you on it.
I was gonna say, if you would like to, you know, if there's, especially if there's some that are kind of like, you go, you know, it don't make sense to you, whatever, then happy to.
We don't enforce anything that's not in the fire code. We are strictly governed by the fire code and any NFPA references to that fire code.
Okay.
Well, thanks for looking at it.
Do you need
From
me
a
to?
timing perspective, we don't want to rush it either, but if this is something that you guys feel like, because I'm assuming this is on your.
This will fall on me,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay, so what's your schedule and timing look like then?
So are we, let me back up real quick. So you're looking for a work session so that she can share what she's found in her research
Yeah, I mean,
before we
yeah.
do, okay.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Let's find out how many cities have opted out of certain stuff and that
Right.
stuff, so.
I
Because
need
it's
to
gonna
find
be
out
just
who's
as
doing what
confusing
code,
if we
so
only
I'll need
accept
to
this
kind of
one,
clear
that
the
one, and
room.
this one, so. We'll be in worse shape than we are now.
So why don't, yeah, I mean, July, August, where do you?
I would say August.
Okay.
If we want to push for maybe the first meeting in August.
Okay.
That's August 2nd.
Work session.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, okay, sounds good. All right, thank you, folks. Let's move on. So city council updates and boards and commissions for Councilmember Green and Juarez. This was really added on, I can't remember if we discussed it before we all. This was added on to, this, if you have an update from a meeting you were in and whether you want to just update council. So anything that you guys want to offer? Councilman Green?
The Economic Development Board met. We're still looking at the overall policies, working on it, so nothing to report at this time.
All right. Ross? Anything you?
No report.
Okay. All righty.
I was gonna, sorry, I know you're going.
Yeah.
Okay, so CCBD, we met and we approved their fiscal year budget for 22-23. And I'm really proud of them actually, because they came up with a lot of, they're reporting a lot into operations as well as facilities. And I mean, their budget is under budget, or even for a year, and still doing all the new renovations and plus adding a whole lot of new equipment. I think our chief's doing an excellent job and we voted on it.
Is that coming to us as part of the budget presentation on public safety, I guess?
Yeah, it'll become,
So it'll be on the 5th.
On the 5th, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
you'll see it on the 5th, yeah.
Okay.
Remember, yeah.
All righty. D1, budget strategic planning, 5-year CIP and outstanding debt.
Fast with your charts, man. I'll try.
You can start.
Just don't wait for you, okay. Alright. For those that have gone through this before, this is a very lengthy presentation. I apologize in advance. Keep in mind as we go through this, this is a 5-year review. That said, we approve just the 23 budget. The rest is a planning tool that is used in part to set the tax rate, the water wastewater rates, the KDC 5-year plan. We're going to go to sleep with the lights like this. This is great. So, but want to set that up. So yes, there's a lot of information. It's 5 years worth, but again, we're really focused on 23 and what that ends up setting up for the prior years, or future years, excuse me. A question was brought up earlier about inflation and its impact, and it gave me a chance to make a chart. So I had to jump on that. So I looked at a couple of stats. The Bureau of Labor, which is kind of a general inflation review. Turner Construction is actually a non-building construction, non-residential building construction. So it's an indicator of building construction. Then there's the Bureau of Reclamation, and their primary road, and Bureau of Reclamation secondary road. Really just highlighting like inflation been kind of steady on an annual basis, called steady between 0 and 5, but hovering around 2.5 per year. And then you get to 21, in a matter of 1 year, it jumps from about 5% all the way up to it's about 18% with the primary road from the Bureau of Reclamation. So when they talk about construction costs. Part of the logic of bringing this to your attention is each year we do the CIP, we based on today's dollars, even though we're looking at the out years, which means every year we're kind of revising that, we're adding a few percentage here and there. But when we start thinking about what this means for 21 and 22, it's really caused us to relook at our CIP, take some projects off, think about what should and shouldn't be on there, and also say the numbers are probably going to come in pretty high. Construction's pretty high, especially if you look at it from a compounding impact concept. So those few percentage, if you're looking at something in 16,
and going to 21, you have about a 10% increase in cost. Well, add a year to that and suddenly you're at 35%.
And this isn't just roads, this is buildings, sports park, everything.
That's correct. This is anything
Okay.
that's construction based. And again, we saw earlier today that the idea that if you're looking at construction right now and thinking about the future, a modest 2.5% per month is what you should consider, and that ends up being getting to 30% pretty quickly. So it might have an impact on our budget, is what I'm kind of hinting at, and what we need to think about, what we're looking at, and how we build the 5-year CIP. And like I said, it also made for a pretty graph, and so you have that, and kind of helps set the table for as we get into this.
We really did, we gave our CIP a haircut, and there was a couple of reasons why. The inflation's the big reason, but the other thing is we're trying to get caught up with all the other stuff that was in previous years, the roundabouts that we're still waiting for the bids on Johnson Road, and it's just like, you know, so we really did an effort this year of putting the brakes on capital improvement projects. It's the right thing to do right now.
So jumping in that, and then sets the table, going quickly into the prior year projects that are out there. Most of these projects are actually under work, if not completed. We've had a couple quick updates, but we've already said the elephant in the room, which is Johnson Road. So it's a project that the budget was created in 18. So as we think about what those bids will look like when they're coming in, they're going to probably be a little bit over that budget, and we need to think about how we want to fund that, how we want to react to that. But that $6 million budget is the budget that was created in 18. The other one I really want to highlight is actually the Old Town Keller Tunnel. That $3.3 million was set aside in 16. It was $4 million at the time. It's been the seed money for Old Town Keller. So if you look at the Old Town Keller east side at 614, that combined with the $3.3 million is $4 million. So we looked at 22. I'm going to recommend that we just go ahead and move the $4 million over. We know we've committed to that project over $4 million at this point. Move that, make the amendment or the transfer happen, and just have it officially over there. The other one I want to highlight is the Shady Grove, about $1 million. You remember your conversation earlier this year. That'll take care of the overlay. So the $2 million that we put aside in 22 will actually get repurposed into a different project. So, and then the other one that's out there is the Bear Creek Whitley. That's about to finish up, and the other is the Keller Hicks Clyde Zone with Fort Worth. And again, that's pending Fort Worth. We're still waiting for Fort Worth to come to the table with that project. So, looking at the current year, we have a $10 million CIP. Of that, again, the recommendation right now, Old Town Keller has 0 in 22, 614 project life. Moving that tunnel money up, so it's actually a wash. It's within there. The other recommendation out of staff, out of council, was getting rid of the Bardish maintenance program. So using those funds, the Shady Grove $2 million, and putting that to a new project that was going to be on our horizon for 23 anyways, which is the Mount Gilead 377 to Bancroft reconstruction project, and then actually having a roundabout at 377 in Bancroft. And that actually will be a large reconstruction project at 3.7 Mount Gilead. Yes, I like to call it something else. So it's the Mount Gilead project in Bancroft, 377 to Bancroft. So then that, again, in part tied to, again, this is not related to the center stage, improvement center stage we'll have to make. This is additional part of that road, and then we'll build it into where Bancroft is already somewhat improved.
It's late. It's
Borland.
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 Is Borland?
It's late. It's Borland.
Okay. Well,
Mount
it sounds.
Gilead from 377 to Borland.
Well, it says Bancroft on the slide,
Yeah.
which is why I keep saying that.
Bancroft.
Okay, so Borland, even longer. The other we have on there is our annual street reconstruction. This year we doubled down at 1.8 on both the general fund and the sales tax fund. Sidewalk repair, if you remember, we did a one-time 3.5 million with sidewalk repair. Going forward, it will be at 225,000 going forward, and then we'll build that each year by 10%. So next year you'll see that at 275. We have the first round of the Bear Creek Bridge erosion. The other that we're adding that we committed to with South Lake is the Pearson and Keller Parkway intersection. So that's part of the county money. Yeah, that's correct. So this is our portion of the funding related to that project, so we need to add that in. And then we will get rid of the Shady Grove project, the Barditch maintenance project, and the Old Town project, tunnel project.
Hold on, the Shady Grove, what do you mean by you got rid of it?
Originally, we were looking at a $5 million project to do the reconstruction, so.
This is one that we had that conversation.
That's correct, we had a recent conversation. We have $1 million already for the overlay, so this will allow still for us to do the overlay in the prior year.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So we still have $1 million for that overlay. We don't need the $2 million based on that conversation, so we'll actually repurpose that into the Mount Gilead 377 to Borland reconstruction and roundabout.
Okay, but wasn't there also discussion about possibly sidewalk on that shady road?
I think we were just gonna do the cheaper
I
version
think
of
we're
the
just doing
overlay.
it cheaper at this time, and I
Not
think
the
that.
sidewalk.
But wasn't there the overlay?
We were gonna get a pricing on just the
Right, I thought we're
sidewalks.
still getting,
Yeah,
so I mean, this
so
is not like a end discussion,
It's not
because
end
I thought
discussion.
we left that one kind of a little bit more open.
Right. And I believe
Right?
we're still looking into that.
Or is Alonso not?
We'll get the sidewalk costs.
That's not where
I think thought it was just the overlay, but we can confirm
That
that
was
and then.
There was talk about whether you want, we do sidewalks with an overlay, but then it has its problems, right? Alonzo, if you do that, or?
Well, it is, because there's a lot of grading that goes with the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm confident the overlay was the take away from it, but I don't recall the sidewalks. But
Yeah, I
we'll
think,
go back and look at that.
yeah, if you don't mind, go back, because I thought it was, hey, we go the overlay route, but look at cost for.
I think I think there was a request to explore what that cost would be,
Right.
to figure out whether we could fit it into the budget.
Yeah.
That's right.
We'll get that to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the current year budget. We go to 23. Still in there is the Old Town East, Keller East, 5 million. We've had that on the 5-year CIP for several years now, issuing 5 million within 23. That also is needed in part related to the tax rate, maintaining that on the voter approval side, not on the effective side, but on the voter approval side. Then we have the Mount Gilead project, 377 to Borland, at 2.5 out of the operating, that's the general fund dollars, and then using 5 million of impact fees for that. And again, a lot of those impact fees actually came from center stage. So applying those to that area. We have the annual reconstruction project. We have Whitley as an overlay. If you remember the 5-year CIP this time last year, I know you all memorized it. We had a reconstruction of that on there. Given the current price tag of reconstruction, we just think right now it's more prudent to do a overlay, and then you'll see on the back end of this 5-year CIP a potential debt issuance of a reconstruction. Then we have the second round of Bear Creek Bridge erosion protection. We have the medians on Keller Parkway, so 377 to Roof Snow. This is a grant. We've actually already applied for the grant and are looking for text out to say whether or not we received it. Once we received it, we would start working on that in FY23. And then finally, we have our annual construction, sidewalk construction at 275. So, general fund dollars, 4.6 million, sales tax 2 million, impact fees 5 million, a $5 million debt issuance for a total of, and a 400 in grant for a total of 17 million in 23. Switching to 24, we have the next round of debt for Old Town Keller. So, and again, it's Old Town Keller and Elm combined. So we've always kind of combined those two on the 5-year CIP. So 15 million total into that area. And then we're, with the 10 million, most of that is going to be for Elm, if not all of it for Elm Street. And that's the reconstruction there. 24 reconstruction, 2 million, adding a little more money to that Mount Gilead project, 377 to Borland. And get $1 million here. Then we get into one of the projects we've had on there that we've kind of debated back and forth on, which is the North Keller sidewalk improvements. This will be the first round of funding at $350,000. There'll be another round next year. That said, the Mount Gilead project actually would include $1 million of sidewalk improvements with the nature of how that reconstruction would look. It's a question of whether or not we want to, for lack of a better phrase, find where we would put $1 million of sidewalks in the north of a neighborhood that would accept it, that would connect to the current sidewalks, and would we actually even be able to do anything with $1 million? Or would that money be better repurposed to a different project? So.
Is that a question or?
Both. It's kind of a statement and a question. It's late, so I don't know how much debate you want to have about that right now versus think about it, and if we want to amend the CIP, we can do that, or if this is, right now everyone's like, we're not feeling the north sidewalk, we can change that, or I've been told we can be here till 3 a.m., so we can have that discussion till 3 a.m.
The problem with the sidewalks in the north, as you all probably know, is that there's probably vocal people that want them very badly, and there's people that don't want them. The other big challenge for us on sidewalks in North Keller in certain areas is we don't have the right-of-way.
Right. It will affect the bar ditches and fences.
It's bar ditches, fences, and we would really be upsetting their lives if we're trying to extend for every street in North Keller, I mean, not every street, but for the streets in North Keller to have sidewalks like they do in South Keller. And there's some people that want that. As you saw the latest survey, sidewalks are still very popular. But I know that it's going to be it's going to be very difficult when you have to start with every person in negotiating right away.
So if we identified on the north sidewalk projects, have we identified the neighborhoods where we don't need to deal with the right-of-ways and that kind of stuff, or?
We haven't gone to that level.
Okay, it'd be more so you're looking for direction, hey, do we even get to that level?
So that's correct. So what this shows is how we can balance the debt load and our spending with these projects.
Right.
But this also reflects the 2.5 million that was set aside last year are identified. And we're saying that there are competing needs, and this is one proposal how to balance that.
Sure. So, I mean, ideally, you're looking for a little bit of direction. So, I, in my opinion, I think we saw in the survey results, it's streets, sidewalks, always kind of go hand in hand. So, I mean, I'd like to at least see it on a budget and get to the point where you can identify. I mean, I agree with the one-offs where if it's a right-of-way question and that becomes challenging, and then you've got a neighborhood that maybe just doesn't want them, then why are you gonna go through that? But if you go through an exercise where you can identify neighborhoods that are established in North Keller or newer, and they're looking for sidewalk, then I think, for me, it's worth at least exploring.
And keep in mind, this is 24, so
Right.
nothing's set in stone.
Nothing's set in stone on this.
Yeah, I mean, these are estimates, but, you know, inflation's going up, but if at some point something happens and things go down, I mean, numbers can always go up or down.
This is a very literal question. I don't mean it to be sarcastic at all. Where is the South Keller sidewalk improvements? Like, how would we fund it?
Fair question. That's partly in the sidewalk construction repair. That's part of the generic. The north, this is actually related to adding new sidewalks, where the south generally has.
So I guess for me, you know, I think I would agree with what the mayor said, insofar as I think, you know, sidewalk improvements are good. I think where we're really swimming upstream is where we're doing right-of-way acquisitions, and I'm not sure that's, you know, so I would kind of take it on a north-south Keller. I would more look at the total benefit of the project, and then also the utility of our time, right? Is it feasible? What does right-of-way acquisition look like? You know, and so to reemphasize your point, I would kind of look more at geography, more at where's the best bang for our buck.
And there are certainly needs on the south side of Keller for missing gaps. But if I can speak to what is implied in the question is, are we spending the money correctly? Are we serving the population equitably? The current 3.5 million is far and beyond focused on South Keller. It's the repair of the existing system. And so if there's a concern of an inequity between north and south, of the 3.5 million, roughly 75 to 80% of all of that is South Keller.
And includes that pay-to-work gap as well.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, you know, I think, I guess I'm kind of agnostic in terms of geography. I'm like, hey, you know, sidewalks need to be, I prefer repairs first, right? So with cost of goods going up, are we budgeting enough to repair and maintain on an ongoing basis? I think the answer is yes. But then second priority would be new sidewalk construction wherever it has the best economic utility.
And maybe what I'm getting from this, take the word north out of there, look at and kind of research where the gaps are and where it is feasible to add with minimal right-of-way acquisition, things of that nature, easements, whatever it is, and fill that in, and then if we need to do survey, again, we have a year to really kind of look at this. So we don't have to have
Well,
a,
when you do that exercise, I'm
Yeah.
assuming you'll come back to council and say, hey guys, we've identified this project in this neighborhood, we've identified this project, and then I guess at that point, can we always have that conversation? I mean, if it's, if it's all equal dollars to cents and it's gonna benefit a neighborhood here in North Keller versus South, I mean, we can always have that dialogue, which one actually go first, right? Down the point, down the line.
I think so.
So,
Let me come up with that list first.
Okay, yeah. But I think, and again, I mean, council speak up, but I think from my perspective, at least when we're talking about North Keller, because it is more challenging with the right-of-ways, I think what I'm hearing, at least from Councilman Bowen, and I agree with it, I would avoid the right-of-way stuff, see where is it easier for us to actually be able to connect and make those improvements, identify those type of neighborhoods. Does that make sense? To you, Alonzo?
Well, no, it certainly does. I was just.
You're thinking,
Well,
like, wait.
I'm sure there's gonna be a flashback moment on Clover Lane. We had the right of way on that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's one neighborhood, and frankly, but that's fine. I would
Yeah,
do
but-
Clover Lane all over again.
To give you credit, yeah, I mean, we've improved our communication processes, et cetera. So I guess for me, direct feedback, I would move North Keller sidewalk improvements, that bucket into, the sidewalk construction repair. I'm also curious about what the 2024, what the proposed street is, like what you're thinking in terms of what street you would reconstruct or repair. So,
That we have objective criteria that truck goes out and then gives us a list of what needs to be repaired. Yes, that's how we've always operated, that
So
under
you
the
let
sales
it-
tax fund.
so next year, this time,
Yeah.
you'd have,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
yeah, that was the easy one. 'cause
That's
you
the
have-
easy one,
you have a
that's scientific.
truck
Any
where
other
there's not
comments,
sidewalk.
council, any thoughts on that? Okay with, what was that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we cover a lot of sidewalks.
Well, my only point was I thought we were looking for ways to balance this thing and take funds out, so moving it from one bucket to another, I don't think does that, although I agree with the intent there. Are we looking to find money?
Not necessarily today, but recognize that that's a project on the list, and it's questionable how much bang you would get for your dollar at this time, versus if you were to move that into sidewalk construction, into the roads, something of that nature. It's also just been one that's kind of, given the fun of Clover that we had, given that it's been kind of vague in terms of what it would do, it's questioning officers to council, are you still interested in this? This partly, it's been on the CIP for several years, and kind of gets pushed each year, and now it's a year away.
Well, my opinion would be like you indicate with bold and italics, I would indicate those that we may not get the bang for the buck, and we may want to reconsider, put those in a different color.
Okay.
And, because I think that we are gonna have to be looking for money someplace, because this inflation curve isn't gonna smooth out quickly.
Noted.
So, like, exercise, Shady Lane, I mean, we're gonna do probably more of those exercises, I'm assuming, but, yeah.
Yeah, I think you'll have it probably sometime in late August, early September when
Okay.
Johnson Road comes around. Alright, so switching to 25, it's the last of the funding related to the Mount Gilead 377 to Borland project. We have our annual street reconstruction. Again, the second round of funding for the North Keller sidewalks. It noted that it'll be changed in color and potentially moved to sidewalk. And so I think we've got our marching orders as far as the project goes and what we look at for that. And then we have our annual sidewalk construction / repair, so 5.8 in that year. And then finally, almost finally, 26 is nice and easy. It's just our two annual projects, street reconstruction and sidewalk construction repair, so 2.4. And then 27, this is where we moved Whitley in reconstruction, and when we talk about debt later tonight, hopefully before midnight, we'll kind of show how that phasing looks like, and I know it's not actually that late. We will talk about that in phasing and see. It's 27, just to make sure it was still on the 5-year CIP. That said, as far as it needs to hit in terms of debt financing, and may have to be pushed a little bit.
Depending on how the overlay works
Yeah.
on Whitley, we may be
Yeah.
able to push this for another year or two.
So then we also have our annual street reconstruction, the design engineering of the Mount Gilead Roanoke roundabout, and then finally our annual sidewalk reconstruction repair. And I do want to remind you, the sidewalk construction, we grow at 10% per year. So in 27 with a lot of dollars, and then we go to park improvements. So prior year, the main one out there is Overton Ridge, that's slowly ending, finishing up. Most of these are actually completed, but they have a little bit of savings, so we're kind of holding on to them for as needed. 5.5 out there, again, with most of that actually near completion or already completed. With 22, we had the softball lot, the Whitley Safe Routes, that was actually to apply the budget for the grant that we received. We have trail expansion at 302. Again, that's another project that we grow at 10% per year, related to the survey as well. We have the Chase Oaks Playground replacement, and then we have the Parks Capital Replacement Program. And then going forward, we're actually going to just keep that in the KDC itself. We've been having that out there, but we find ourselves doing more maintenance items, less capital with that. The other point in mentioning KDC is the parks projects have not gone to the KDC board yet. Normally the timing of this, we've met with KDC first. They've had a look at that and a glance at the 5-year. That'll actually happen on July 1st. So we're a little ahead. So keep in mind, this is, council gets to see this before KDC, and blame code for that. And so, anyway, so the 23 projects we're looking at, we have the town hall water feature, so changing actually the fountain out front. Then we have a request to do the Bear Creek additional pickleball courts and amenities around that. We have the Keller Sports parking lot improvement, that's the B-pad. We have the trail system expansion, the annual of that. We have the town center playground replacement, that's the one over by the point. Again, trying to do a playground per year. And then we have a study to look at a Northeast Park concept plan.
What's the water feature? Sorry.
So it's actually looking at the fountain out there, lowering it, and then giving it a different water feature, so it's not a above ground splash pad anymore. So I don't know if Kato, you want to.
I have several concepts and photos to show you at KDC, but right now it's utilized as a splash, and it's.
That's fine. I remember that discussion. I'm just making sure that's what.
Yeah.
So how does that relate to the, obviously the sports park renovation and I'm assuming you've got a slide for that.
That's a great question. So technically the sports park renovation, the debt's not on here at this time. Noted that all of this 5-year CIP fits within issuing $25 million for the sports park. So
It's within the 25 million.
It's within that 25 million. Yeah.
And we were anticipating that to roughly be a million plus note every year.
$25 million note, yes.
No, 25, but every year payment.
Yes. Yeah, but it's about 2.
Say that one more time, please.
The yearly payment that we're making on that $25 million note, I thought it was a million plus.
It'll be $1 million plus, so it'll be close to about 2 million.
Oh, closer to 2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, and we'll talk about that here towards the end. I'll show you
Okay.
what that schedule is going to look
Okay.
like and how that fits in.
But you fit these projects within that capacity,
That's
including the sports park?
Yes. And still have a little bit of capacity as needed projects. I know there's others discussions. So we talk about Northeast Park, you would still be able to look at some potential park options for Northeast Park as well, or additional splash pads. And again, we'll look through here and talk about some of the other requests that have been made.
And I know we haven't got through the KDC yet, but how did the pickleball court conversation get included as part of the 22-23 project?
It has been on the 5-year as Johnson Road Park improvements. The park board had lengthy discussions, had a packed house full of people that all recommended we concentrate on additional courts and amenities at Bear Creek instead of Johnson Road.
Okay, so that earmarked was the Johnson Road that we're just shifting over to that.
Correct.
Okay. But we haven't had a discussion amongst council as far as whether or not to do that. That's just a proposal.
This was the recommendation.
That's why it's got to go to KDC, but again, remember we had scheduling problems trying to get KDC.
No, yeah, I know that. But I guess from a KDC perspective, really, we're not really gonna be having that policy discussion there, because really, the only conversation we should be having at KDC level is more so the $400,000, but that was an earmarked piece for Johnson Road anyway, right? So KDC,
5-year CIP, yes.
right, so KDC is not gonna make the policy recommendation to council as far as whether or not to do pickleball courts. It'd be more so, hey, we like to
repurpose the $400,000 that was earmarked. That discussion, that policy discussion still happens at the city council level as far as pickleball courts or not,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
And keep in mind, we will do a public hearing presentation on the KDC budget to council on the 27th, yeah, second meeting in July.
Okay.
So we'll have that.
So Arvin, are you asking for a work session before it comes to you guys as the public hearing?
Well, I think so, because we haven't had a council discussion about whether or not to repurpose that earmarked $400,000 for pickleball courts.
That's only a recommendation right now
I
that
get
came
that.
from the Parks Board.
Right.
That's how it starts, then it goes to KDC. KDC could kill it, or not do it.
Kill it, they've got 4 council members.
Yes, because KDC's got 4
Yeah, but I
council
don't see
members.
why KDC would kill it, because what I'm saying is, KDC's purpose really is to identify the money for these projects. So I mean,
No, it's the
KDC
projects too.
Yeah.
Project
It's the project direction as well.
It's project direction and funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
So it starts for the Parks Board, KDC, and then council.
okay. All right. I guess we'll have this discussion at KDC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
July 1st.
That's why we're.
July 1st.
Friday?
Friday.
Yes.
At what time?
3:30.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. I know.
No, seriously,
I
thank you
told-
for scheduling and accommodating, I know.
So if you don't mind,
Until it
on
was
the
a blank.
KDC
Yeah,
presentation,
we have
if
to
you
be
don't
during
mind,
business hours.
can we just amend this slide to just, parentheses, Johnson Road?
Yes.
When you earmark it, yeah, when you do it for the KDC, because right now.
Where
it's-
that 400 came from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and then presentation for KDC will be more detailed about what those projects
Okay,
are.
okay, got it, okay. I wasn't sure if it's the
Yeah,
exact
no,
same slide.
I bore you with just numbers.
Okay.
He actually does a good job
I've
of
got
presenting
50
projects.
slides.
Okay, okay, all right, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have time.
No, you want to see them?
Okay, thank you.
Alright, so again, 2.1 million for KDC funds. Again, the other highlight, as you pointed out, is the debt issuance. It's the timing of that, whether that lands at the end of 23 without a payment being made, or issuing it within 24. There's a timing component about when we want to issue that. That's part of why it's not on this 5-year CIP. It's the when do we officially want to issue it, but it's been built into the 5-year as far as the cost goes. The 24, we have a to be determined splash pad at 750. Keller Sports Park parking lot improvement A pad, trail system annual, and then a to be determined playground replacement. And again, the assumption is either at the tail end of 23 or during 24, we would issue the sports park debt. 25, kind of winding down here a little bit. Sports park F pad, trail system expansion, and the to be determined playground replacement. Kind of the same thing with 26. Trail system expansion, parking lot improvement, and then the to be determined playground replacement.
The caveat for these out years, why they're not as high as next year or the year after, the park board had several items they still wanted to discuss over the next several months to plan out full 5-year CIP, but they wanted to concentrate on next year or the year after.
And then 27. Last one. We have trail system expansion, multi-purpose parking lot, and the to be determined playground replacement. Again, all of those are funded through the KDC. Obviously, the debt when issued will be funded from the KDC as well.
If it's approved.
If approved.
When are you anticipating getting the numbers back from the Keller Sports Park as part of that design contract between 23 that was spent?
The numbers?
Yeah, the
Construction.
Well, they're wrapping up the survey right now. Today they were out to mark the locations for the geotech borings, and then that'll happen on Friday, but it's gonna be several months before they come back with the.
right,
Past,
after budget.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because obviously that's a relevant discussion, because if that number comes in at 28 million instead of the 25, then that impacts these projects. So,
And keep in mind, we also have, we put in funding with Councilmember, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne's office for some funds for that.
Right.
So we also have that funding as well. So
If it gets
everything is pending except for anything that says prior like this. So I do want to point out, with the senior center, it's been opened. So we're just finalizing that project. The other one that's out there, we moved this in 2016. 1.5 million for economic development incentives for a quote unquote big fish. That also can be used for a development project as needed. That was something that if we wanted to, could also put in for Old Town if needed, or a other project. So that's a spot if we are looking for funds, that's another one we could pull from and move over. And the good news is we don't have to talk any further about that category because we don't have anything on the horizon. So nothing this year.
All our buildings are done.
Yeah.
I mean, government facility, which now is through the replacement funds, we just keep them in good shape.
Okay. Water projects, really the big outstanding one is the SWIFT. That's the water line replacement through the state. We have 8 million of that. About half of that's been spent. With the other has been approved recently by council. So the other one to highlight is actually tank maintenance. We have 950 in prior years. That also, and you'll see this in the out years as well, the next year and the out years, we've also tied that with the ARPA funds. So those are some big projects for tank maintenance, but a really good use of those ARPA funds for water projects. So again, you see it, 350 in this year, 1.5 million as well. That grant interlocal column, that relates to the ARPA funding. So the other thing we're going to do is add the Pearson pump station generator. We had 2 million for that. And again, that also helps us comply with the state law requirement that says you have to be able to keep water systems up and running during an emergency. The Bates Street line replacement, 675, that's actually going to be split up a little bit for the water line and wastewater line replacement, so kind of a 50-50 split there. Knox tank mixer, we also have the MSC generators, and then we have another little bit of SWIFT and water line replacements. Total for this current year CIP is 5.6. So we look at the upcoming year from an operating standpoint. We have the next round of SWIFT, so another issuance of debt. So we have operating funds. We have to have a cash match. That's what that 500,000 is for. Then 4 million. This will be the last round of SWIFT. So finally we can stop talking about it. That will be a debt issuance, and I warn you, that comes early in the fiscal year. So you'll see that rolling out in September through November, based on the timing of that. We have tank maintenance, 3 million of that, it's ARPA funds. The Elm Street line replacement's 1.3, and that actually is letting us use ARPA funds to help with our Elm reconstruction. And then we have the smart meter installation. Fun fact on this one, we've gotten an updated quote. We had 839 this time last year. It has now gone up to 1.1 million. So one of the things we're going to do, I still would like to do this project. We have wastewater lines generically for replacement, also using ARPA funds. I'm going to take from there and give it to the smart meter, so we still have 1.1 million in there. But it will allow us to roll out smart meters, and those will be AMI, so people can actually have look at their water usage in real time. And then we have water line replacements as well. So again, a generic water line replacements. So just under 11 million, with most of that being SWIFT and tank maintenance. Johnson Road, so the 24 projects begins some potential debt issuance. This actually, the Johnson Road one was going to be on the 24 or 23. We moved that out a year. That's 1.3 million. Tank maintenance, the final of our cash match of the SWIFT project, and then water line replacements. So $2 million. That Johnson Road should be tied with some other debt issuance to make it actually worth issuing dollars.
And just to be clear, that part of Johnson Road water line is not coincident with the Johnson Road that's currently being advertised.
Yeah, this is further east,
That's
correct?
further east.
Goes further east. 25, we have wrapped water line replacements at 3 million, and then generic water line replacements at 3.5. Again, a potential debt issuance at that time. 26, we have the Bear Creek Parkway 12-inch water line replacement, and then also just as needed mains and service replacements at 1.6. And then finally, for 27, we have pump station rehab at 4.5, and then as needed mains and service replacements at 250. But I did we had a project on there temporarily. It's a $15 million, it's the 30-inch transmission line, which is on Bear Creek Parkway at Bear Creek Park. It's the one that we've had a couple of, yes. So the thought is we could try and repair that at 15. That said, as we looked at what that would be an impact on the rates, it was pretty hefty. We didn't think that was appropriate at this time, but we want to get that in front of you and let you be aware that whether it's Band-Aid as needed or a full-on replacement, that project is in our near future and will have a heavy cost tag.
That's that big one, would we be,
It's a shared one with Southwick.
but that 15 million is our shared?
That's our share. We expect it to be somewhere in the 25 to 30 million. It's a 30-inch line that runs from our new Alta Vista pump station in Fort Worth and goes all the way to Pearson, the Pearson tanks. And then it splits, they take their share and then we take ours.
It's a 50-50 cost share?
It's a 50-50 cost share.
Are they budgeting for this?
They had asked us 2 years ago whether or not we were interested. We were not in a position to consider it, but it was going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1.5 million just to test the line to see what its condition is. Anecdotally, it's busted 4 times in the last 6 years. It was put in the ground roughly 40 years ago. So whether we spend the extra money to analyze it or accept it's a 40-year-old 30-inch line with a record of breaking, I think we're on the cusp of, we just got to replace it.
I'm sorry if you said this. How long do you expect them and anticipate they last typically with this?
The new ones we expect to last around 50 years. The older ones, 40, 45 years.
So we're end of life probably?
Yeah, we're at the end of this life. We can analyze it for $1 million, or we can concede that we've had multiple breaks in the last 5 years. And it's telling us the same thing.
So what's the question for us?
It's not so much a question as a heads up of
It's coming.
it's coming. Yeah.
Well, we're scratching it here.
We're scratching it here for now, just because the impact to
To the rates.
is pretty significant.
We gotta smooth it out a little bit more.
But I make a similar comparison to when we looked at the Pearson pump station, or Alta Vista pump station, excuse me. That was a conversation that we had multiple years in a row preparing council for. Just so you know, this is coming and we will need to do it. And that's this conversation now with this line. Okay, so. All right, moving to the wastewater, the other side of the line. Again, 5.8 and prior, most of those are wrapping up, and especially the study side of that. Moving to 22, current project we have out is the K Branch projects, lift station generator through ARPA, and then we have the shade lane lift station and the studies. And sewer line replacements, current year is 4.3 million. Looking 23, that's the sewer line replacement. We already have 400 in the operating side. I'm going to take away some of those funds on the sewer line replacement and give those to the AMI project, the smart meter project. So we'll take that down a little bit. And then we'll have some sewer extensions. I don't know if you want to talk about that at all.
So the sewer extensions are an outgrowth of our extension policy, where we say if you get 75% of the affected residents, they only have to pay $6,000 per property, and the city covers the rest to extend the sewer. It was actually a policy put in place in 2004. It was attempted to be updated in
16.
nine, 10, somewhere
here.
Yeah. With no success, so we reverted back to the 04 policy. Then in 15, 16 was the North Keller sewer projects. And a significant effort was put forward in the first phase, only to realize that everybody who said they were going to connect didn't. I say everybody. Only about 5 to 10% of the people who said they were going to connect did, which makes it a very expensive asset for nobody paying for it. Since it's an enterprise fund, it exists with everybody's fees when they connect. If they don't connect, we get no fees. So the council at that time decided, instead of us being proactive and putting it out there and hope people connect, we're going to revert back to the 04 policy, which says we need 75% of everybody in who is benefited to pay into it. So we're guaranteed that they want it. So this 350 reflects at least 4 different areas that came in this last year.
It's actually working better. We're seeing people taking advantage of it. We're gonna be coming to you with a change in that from 6,000 to 10,000. They gotta put a little more skin in the game. But it's slowly but surely working compared to trying to do it like when 15 and 16 we did that sewer task force.
Yeah.
It was no one wanted to hook up. They wanted, what they do is they wait until their septic tank is on the last leg, and then we want sewer now.
How many more, like, what percentage of Northern Keller isn't on, like, I know it's hard off the top of your head, but I
It's
mean,
hard
are we
off
still
the top
talking
of
about
my
a massive amount of homes?
So we got about 2,500 on-site sewer facilities.
Yeah. 2,500. But they're slow. We're picking away at them,
Yeah.
but we've got to go up on that 6,000 because those are 2004 numbers, and it's really yeah. They've got to put the skin in the game. Because right now a good aerobic system's costing them, what is it, about 15,000. So still at 10 is still an incentive to hook up versus not.
So we have about what, 17,000 households?
Yeah.
Is that right? So we're talking about basically 1 out of every 6 or 7 households are still on sewer.
Yeah, it's
that's depressing.
You'll be able to see it on the internal GIS map. We've got all of those mapped. It's not on the public-facing one because of water, wastewater things, but on our internal one, when you're here, I can show you.
Okay.
We can also, it was definitely before most of y'all's time, if y'all just want staff to also send you the reports that came out of that committee that looked at this, the citizen committee that looked at sewer.
It was clear, if you give it to me for free, I'll take it, but I'm not going to pay for it.
And even then it was and all my time.
And on my time, when my system is done. Because they didn't want to pay the $28 or $30 sewer fee. Come on.
And then the Pearl Street sewer realignment, it's rare that we have a SSO, a sanitary sewer overflow, but anytime one happens, it is a state reportable incident. TCEQ shows up, and they want to know what are we going to do to keep this from happening, what are our actions. This is, and I don't know if everyone saw it, I know a few of you may have, this is where we had a gentleman who was so upset about how much rain was coming in and how it wasn't working. He goes out in the rain barefooted and pulls up the lid, thus causing the sanitary overflow and standing in this stuff. So kudos to him for that.
Enjoy your cake.
Yeah.
Enjoy the cake. But regardless of the reason that the sewer overflowed, we had to give TCEQ a remedial plan to address it. So we're going to relay that sewer so that it doesn't overflow and send it a different direction.
For the record, the line was working properly.
It was, until they took the lid off.
Until they took the lid off. Yep. So that's that realignment, 1.2 or just under 1.3 million in 23. 24, we have a debt issuance. It's the next round for K Branch capacity, adding in the Big Bear Central and sewer line replacements, so just under 4.3 million. 25, Big Bear Central capacity, 6-inch to 8-inch, adding a combination of impact fees and debt, and then sewer line, annual sewer line replacement, 2.3 million. 26, it's the other round of debt for the Big Bear, then adding Little Bear, and then also the sewer line replacement, so just over 5 million. Again, most of that being a debt issuance. And then 27, the last round for the Big Bear Southwest capacity, 6 to 8-inch, and annual sewer line replacements of 2 million. And again, this is the estimate for the debts and the timing of it, but some of that may be combined as needed to make it a better debt issuance, but it would be in the timing.
Just an anecdotal question. Would anybody object if we changed some of those names to something that's a bit more representative of where they are? Because most people don't know where Big Bear, Little Bear,
I
K
would
Branch.
prefer that.
I don't know.
What do you want to call them, Alonzo?
Well, they are technically correct, but if you're not part of that world every day, they don't mean much. And so,
It's also fun having the repeat of the bear of something.
yes. So unless anybody has a vested interest in how it is.
I'm okay with it. With
With a change or whatever.
councilman.
Yeah. So that was wastewater, switch to drainage. Alright. outstanding projects right now, 2.6. The main one to focus on is the Nightingale Culvert, which is for the third round for the drainage master plan. So the Nightingale Culvert is one that's been hanging around. And with 22, we've come with an idea of how to actually fund that cost. So proposed cost of 1.5 million, taking Bear Creek Culvert, which we originally had on the 5-year CIP for this year and next year. With the dredging that we did over there, we think we can actually remove that culvert from the list for now, not have it on the 5-year, use the savings from that project, move it over to the Nightingale, take the Woods Drive project, and then the Shady Lane South, also which have no longer need the drainage improvements, move that into Nightingale, and then have it funded at 545 this year. So maintain our current budget 425 with those changes. And we go to 23, the budget is 325,000 for Nightingale. And that would give you a total cost of over 1.5 million for Nightingale, make all the improvements as we presented to council for drainage. And then, to make a very short presentation finally, as we discussed with drainage, that it's a $7 a month fee. So it really, at this point, will become focused on operations, have a minimal amount of fund balance for some as-needed projects that would build up on that, but would not be able to do that in 5 years, 5-year CIP. So we'd have no CIP for 24 through 27 and focus on the operation of the drainage fund.
Now, how many employees are in that drainage fund?
8.5.
8.5.
You
So
look
that,
at the prior one?
Yes.
I thought Nightingale were just doing the, is this the one?
we're gonna do the advance warning.
Right.
We're gonna bid it out, and if it comes in super high, we may just live with the advance warning, but if we can get it within the budget that he just showed you, we're gonna do it.
The advance warning's been ordered and it should be here in the next couple of months.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But that'll come to us again.
That would also
Yes, that'll come to you via bid.
Yeah.
We're gonna bid it out and see what happens. If it's just crazy high for 5 or 6 people, they'll live with the warning system.
Right. But even at the 1.5, I mean, that's still, we're looking at other projects and trying to.
Again, we can bring it to you and.
Okay.
That's the fun with the CIP. You get to see it every year. When we bid it out, you get to do another bite at the apple at that time. So you get multiple times to kind of look at it and decide.
Right.
So.
You getting the signs up?
Yeah.
That's what they were just saying, they just. Right.
They're arriving. Oh, I was listening.
Advance warning, yeah.
Oh, you're calling the advanced warning signs now? Oh, okay.
Advance warning system. It actually measures
it
how much
measures the water.
water's in that road.
And when the depth gets to a certain level, it'll activate at the crossing.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Switching to the other part of the presentation, which is the debt service summary. So out of the ad valorem fund, we have our current payment is just under 3.3 million. Outstanding principal is 16.7. We're proposing to issue that 5 million for the Old Town Keller. And we'll show how that fits in a moment. Water wastewater, we current annual payment is just under 3 million. Outstanding principal is 22.5. And then we have the SWIFT issuance that we're looking at 4 million. KDC right now, the annual payment is 1.6, showing again a second to future on that. Outstanding principal is just under 3.9. And then the crime control, 526 is the annual payment, and 2.4 is the outstanding principal, and neither the KDC crime control have any debt issuance planned for 23. On the 5-year, please note that we have 27 million for Elm and Whitley built in, 25 million for Sports Park, and 21.3 in water wastewater.
On the crime control prevention district, if like all the work they're planning to do comes over, that being the next year, if they took debt, or we don't think they're gonna take debt at all?
They won't take that, they'll use cash. That's
So,
why we
but I
have
mean,
the
I think that's
replacement
still gonna
fund.
be enough.
Oh,
6
yes.
million, okay.
Well,
I
it
didn't know.
will be enough, they won't get everything, but it'll be enough.
It's gonna be enough.
It's
It'll
gonna
be enough.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So looking at our current, this is the overall picture. What we look at, so you can see how that stacks up. Most of the debt is split between the ad valorem and the utility. This is our current ad valorem payment. So right now, our current payment in 22 is about 3.6 million. 23 will drop down to 3.2 without issuing debt. I know it is late. It's a very important point though. The way the tax law is written, when you have savings in your debt, when it drops over and it rolls over to the O&M side, you do not get to take advantage of that. So the way the voter approval rate works, when your debt drops over and you bring it over to the O&M side, it lowers your voter approval rate. Without issuing, we have a chance where and we've seen this the past couple of years, our voter approval rate could be under our effective rate. So that's also why that's why it's important. I know it's weird, that is not the 4-letter word. We actually need to have an issuance this year to keep that right back up, and we want to kind of level it with our proposal. So 23 would actually stay. That black mark's kind of where we want to be around, actually probably a little higher than that now. But we want to have our debt sitting around that 3.5, 3.6 million spot to have that level. The 5 million will get us there. As we look at Old Town Keller 2 / Elm, we probably push that off a little bit a year. It's a timing thing. And so you're issuing it in 24 with the thought of payments in 25. So that'll take care of that. As we get to Whitley, again, it's a fun game of timing the issuance. We also have the ability, as we look in the back end of our debt, can smooth that over a little bit and make that a nice even, and we can work with our bond counsel to make that happen, our financial advisors to happen.
For the size of our city, we have very low debt. Go back to if you look at $100 million budget, and our debt, there's another one there, but anyhow, with all the things, but it's very low for the city our size, very, very low. And while we're debt averse here, and we like to pay cash, there are certain times when it makes sense to borrow. It surely made sense to borrow when we were getting at 2%. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I can tell you that we're in very good shape, and we have capacity for debt at the same time of looking at our 5-year expenditures and keeping our reoccurring costs within check. And the best way to do that is to not increase the size of the workforce. And we've been doing that throughout the years, and we're in really good shape going into this, if we're going to go into a recession or not. We're very, very good shape.
So this would be the proposal based on the 5-year CIP of how our INS debt would look. And again, concerning to look at on paper that we will have ways to mitigate that overage with the Whitley issuance. And again, that's assuming we have to issue it in 27. Again, we're hoping that overlay will allow us to push that out a couple of years as well, and that'll solve some of that right there.
And we've taken advantage of all the refinancing we can.
Yeah, and
when the rates were low.
Yeah. So, John, the water wastewater current obligation, we're sitting about 3.3 million on that one. One of the things is we met the 5-year CIP. We actually looked at it, and with the exception of SWIFT, we pushed the issuance back a year. This is also why we kept the 15 million off for the Bear Creek project, the 30-inch transmission, because you can see that debt kind of builds back up again with the proposed issuances. So 23 is going to be relatively the same, even adding the SWIFT in, but when we start looking at what was going to be for the 23, what was going to be 23 is now 24, everything got pushed a year. As we look at that, it starts kind of building back up. So again, hopefully we can mitigate some of that and smooth it out. And for whatever it's worth, as we look at the CIP and we look at this debt, we are working with a rate consultant to make our rates built around these debt issuances and these projects and the cash funding of that. And you'll get to talk about that next meeting.
Yeah, we haven't got the numbers yet from Fort Worth on the pass-through, have we yet? We're still waiting for Fort Worth's numbers on this. And we've got it like a consultant do. How does all this fit together, and we want to make sure. We just want to make sure that our rates is where it should be. He does an excellent job with it, but every once in a while, you gotta get a new set of eyes to look on that and to look at it and make sure it's worth. And matter of fact, our policy is once every 5 years. Once every 5 years to bring a consultant in to look at our rates and make sure we're not charging too much, or in most cases, charging too little for water.
So yeah, the finance committee will get to see that next week, and then council will get to see it in 2 weeks. So I know you're not having enough of this conversation. Here is KDC, just jumping to it. So current payment and next year payment, both about 1.6 million. And you can see the 2011 debt drops off in 24. That's the timing of the sports park. So we would issue that, and again, it would be about a little over a $2 million payment per year. But structured out, it fits within our 5-year CIP, so all the things we presented during KDC would have that, and actually would have it just a little bit of capacity on top of that, not significant. So. Okay.
No comment.
No comment. And now the easy one, crime control. No proposed debt, goes up to 27, stays about the same each year.
And they're gonna be able to do a women's locker room expansion.
Yeah,
weights.
there's enough money in that fund.
It's purposely been storing the cash waiting for a remodel.
No, I remember that. I
Yeah.
just with inflation, I worry.
Well, if it isn't, we wait a little while.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the spoiler alert, this is slide 52 out of 53.
I know, I'm sorry guys.
Congratulations.
Sorry.
It's one of the advantages of being in 26 apparently.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to say we're at the end of it. I know you're on the edge of your seat wanting more, but that is
Riveting.
Riveting. And again, I know how dry it is. I know it's a lot, but again, that sets the tone for our tax rate, our water rates, our KDC, all the 5-year planning. We will be approving the CIP budget for 23 as we get through the budget process. And of course, if you have any input on current or future projects, please let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that was the last of the work session, but we do have one last executive session, so we'll have to go back into that. Can you read it again, right, Kelly? Okay.
Yes.
Matt says yes. The pre-council meeting is now recessed so that council is in compliance with provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act as authorized therein. Shall go into executive session to consider matters allowed therein to state on the agenda.